was fascinating. And that is where we ended. So let's see where we pick back up. I feel like coming out of a dream sequence is probably a good place to start, to be honest. Hopefully it can reorient us a bit and tell us what happened. Make it a little bit easier for me. Day 154, A Rude Awakening. The rhythmic beating of the heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you're greeted by a semicircle of concerned faces. Your family, by your side, a reassuringly familiar sight in these new surroundings. You blink a few times to clear up the sleep from your eyes and bring everyone into focus. Looking up, Sam's face is a mixture of concern and frustration. Things haven't been great between you two lately, and Chris hasn't been helping things. Looking at Sam's shoulder with a sour expression, it's clear there's still no love lost between the two of you. While Sam clearly is worried about you, the family scowl is obvious on both of those faces. You reach out a hand to Sam and think... You reach out a hand to Sam. Thanks for coming, honey. The worry for you wins out, and Sam takes your hand before leaning in to kiss your forehead. Of course, sweetheart. I could never have been anywhere else. For the first time in a while, you both genuinely smile at each other before you look to the rest of your family. Just as you feel Susie's absence, you notice Charlie fidgeting, clearly trying not to look worried. As soon as you turn to look at him, you can see Charlie tense up, his concern clear on his face. So, you're definitely good, right? He finally asks, quickly looking away. Of course I am. Nothing to worry about. Charlie looks at you and grins, one of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. It's always good to have him in your corner. Your smile fades as you notice your mother staring listlessly out the window. Despite all your best efforts, she's not been doing well recently. Are you okay, Mom? Your mother starts, your call clearly shocking her out of her reverie. She turns to you and smiles, and you're grateful to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? You smile warmly and nod, but before you can respond, a doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you for what feels like the 100th time how you're feeling. Surprisingly well, all things considered. Excellent. There's no sign of any real damage, just a bit of a shock to the old system. Pardon the pun. She smiles. Not that we'd recommend you do anything like that again, of course. After a couple of days rest at home, you should feel right as rain. She turns to leave, but stops at the door. Oh, in the private room in care, the doctor gestures to your room, which you now notice looks rather expensive, has all been paid for by a Mr. Bozeman. He left those flowers and said not to worry and take the rest of the week off. He'll see you Monday, apparently. Seems the least he could do. Alright, so... pretty serious shock. Just general noise, like a fan running was the main thing. I have a pretty loud keyboard. It would be nice not to have that be picked up, but I'm not sure if that's actually going to be possible. Although I don't know why it is so loud. Like, I have noticed it before. I know there are definitely, like, this is a fairly popular mic that people use, so I wonder how they have it set up so it doesn't pick up that. Because I think I have it so it should be picking up primarily forward-facing stuff. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of sounded like what someone would... I don't know what the sound would sound like if you were using like a built-in webcam mic. I didn't listen that closely, so maybe it wasn't too bad, or I just picked a bad part to listen in on. But yeah, if you notice anything, yeah, feel free, let me know. Because I don't have the mic mounted. I know a lot of people prefer overhead mics, so that could be one option. But if it's not distracting, that's good enough for me, honestly. At least for now. You come what day are we on? Day 180. A burden to bear. You come home from a particularly late shift to find the kitchen light still on, which normally isn't a good sign. Everyone's usually in bed by now. Softly opening the kitchen door, you find Sam sat at the table. Bills and papers are strewn in front of them, as well as what looks like to be their second pack of biscuits. They give you a quick kiss as you take a seat next to them. Sam frowns and goes back to the bill they're holding. Hey, sweetheart, just looking at the numbers again. They look to the door to the pantry, now converted into your mother's bedroom. We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now. Suddenly the bills are all you can see. Fortunately, with the money that's been coming in and what we've been able to save, we've got more than enough to keep going. With Susie home to help us out, the nurse would only need to be part-time anyway. I know things have been difficult and the daily care won't be cheap, but she's your mother. We have to, really, don't we? You gratefully smile back. Of course you'll pay for the care your mother needs. The sword of Damocles sheathed, at least for the moment, you grab the papers and stuff them into a drawer. Such a relief not to have to worry about it anymore, or so you told Sam. Hours later, you're still awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking, how long will the money last? So we're back in the yellow. Day 201, a letter home. Sam's out with work tonight and Charlie's staying at a friend's. The house is yours. You order a takeaway, have a couple of drinks, and decide to relax in front of the TV. Not a great selection tonight, but surely something to watch. Comedy, horror, action thriller. Let's watch a historical drama. Make the most of the night. Genghis Khan wasn't ever really something you're interested in, but the drama's not half bad. You even learn a few things, like the fact his real name was Temujin. Who knew? I didn't know that. I assume that's real. Maybe it's not. I don't know. When it's over, you flick through the channels for something else to watch, but a glint under the coffee table distracts you. You reach down to retrieve the mysterious device, remembering Sam's note as you do. Hey, sweetheart. Charlie lost Susie's present. Would you mind looking for it tonight? As you hold it closer, you're surprised to find the gift's actually an engraved lighter for Chippy. She claims the nickname's affectionate, but Charlie still scowls every time she says it. You're not sure Sam would approve. Accompanying note from Susie explains, Kyrgyzstan has a long tradition of glorifying the art of starting fires. Thought you'd like it. Don't do anything stupid, Suze. Hopefully it's just a souvenir and not a new pastime he's picked up. Or about to pick up. It's nice that she thought of him. Okay. And time moves on. We're like getting close to the 1-year mark. That's kind of crazy. A lot of games do not have that much time pass. We got a broadcast. I don't have them on right now. I could turn them on in a second. I wasn't sure if it'd be too distracting with everything going on since this is more of a narrative focus game. But I can definitely turn them on. Oh right, jeez. Should have replayed a mission. I totally forgot what we're doing here. Okay. Power on, turn
Stay
on the
where you
stuff,
are, Karen.
ads.
Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy. Or
Which one do we
yours.
need? Pleasure court. Sports board. Sports board, the sports board,
good.
sports
You can tell him I'll
Get
return his
board
wife's
game,
casserole.
okay.
Should have dinner next week.
must be played during the second.
Jenny,
We'll do as we're told. The must-have tool for every man. The Flard Master 5000. Let's go.
you're nearly blinded.
Oh no, our
Third
third
these days.
thing is
You
broken.
know that. Just stop being so high
Maybe this is a short broadcast. Okay. Okay, we're doing the picture thing. Oh, with three pictures. Okay.
I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions.
not ready to
on the
make
people of this
selections.
country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing,
I don't
and even
understand
some
what I'm
medicines.
picking.
But how should we react? We asked the public.
Wait.
So how
oh.
do you feel about the sanctions?
That was not
actually
clear,
think that with
that's
France
what-
in charge will be fine. Of course, the rest of
Okay.
the world will want us to fail, or it will be their billionaires next. But I trust Julia and Peter.
I feel like we're
Patrick.
favoring
Fascinating
these
stuff.
Popular
guys.
Prime Minister Julia
little too
Salisbury
much.
has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing
Okay, so we
short
hear the
of
beeps, we do
outrageous.
frequency.
We
like
are
that.
a democratically elected
Knew it was
government with
coming.
massive popular support.
And keep an eye out for
We do not
censorship.
recognise these sanctions, and we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them. Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team is on your side.
Alright. That
you.
wasn't too bad.
Defiance,
Nice not
sir.
having to change the
But
camera.
what do you, the public, think of our government's stance? Robin Short found out.
Hi there. Robin Short, National Nightly News. I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on the current government.
I'm not really very interested in politics, really. As Mother always said, leave politics to the politicians, Malcolm.
We couldn't
A
find a
Flard day's
better
night.
person
Following
than
the
that.
release of the Flardmaster 5000,
Flard
production of
Master.
Flards are at an all-time high, requiring the new manufacturing facility in Grizzleford to move to 24-hour-a-day production.
With people finding more and more uses for the ever-versatile Flard, the team at Remington Cyst
Are we
certainly have
the
their hands
hashtag
full
Team
keeping
Flard?
up with the
So, is there anything better than a handful of Flards? We asked Patrick.
I feel
to find
connected
out.
to it since
Patrick?
we chose the product.
Do you have an opinion of Flards at all?
Oh my god, I love
It's the same person.
Flards.
This girl's just so
Do you
excited
remember when
about
we didn't have
everything.
Flards and we had to rely on words. I'd never go back.
The delicate sound of thunder. A frightening start for commuters this morning, who were confronted by a somewhat sinister sight as they left their trains.
Many travellers reported feeling intimidated by the silent figures who stood motionless.
We're just
outside
positive
every
about
major
everything.
station in the capital. Radical extremist group Disrupt, who organised the show of strength,
Positivity
refused to
News
comment
Network.
on the meaning of the strange protest.
Or to apologise to this presenter for making him drop his morning bagel in surprise.
But how do we feel about these somewhat radical extremists and their upsetting methods? Robin found out.
I think it's, we
How
want
do
to
you feel about Disrupt?
stay pretty
Well, now
neutral
you're
for
talking.
now.
Ruddy hero, showing us not to take it lying down like Iris here.
So you both feel they're a cause worth supporting?
Oh, Iris doesn't speak online, but we're pretty sure there's still one in there, aren't we, love? Wherever it is, it loves Disrupt, fighting the Yoinks for our freedom. And what could possibly be wrong with that?
Do you need me to get you some help?
Bubbling up, intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and Dr. Ingrid Svorsborg
think we should have showed that.
today sent a blueprint of the escape craft in which they hope to finally leave Dante's taint.
With expert opinions of the plan running the gamut from optimistically engineered to that looks like something my granddad made in his shed, it sounds like the
am I
unfortunate
supposed
team
to
are going
know?
to need all the thoughts and prayers they can get.
So what should we think about the
mean,
escape
I'm-
plan? Patrick Bannon again.
I know very little about this.
Yeah, don't worry, they're going to cut all this, aren't they? It's disgusting.
Okay, the neutral options
Oh,
are
wet.
deep.
Christ, have you thought about quitting smoking?
Right. No, I'm fine now. Right.
Okay.
What were we talking about?
The trapped scientists.
Oh, yeah, right.
The trapped scientists. Brilliant. Brilliant.
I am not
Did I miss how they got trapped, or were they just like
Applications finally open today
trapped
for
at the
new
beginning of the
advanced team
game?
membership cards.
We didn't
A scheme by the
do
government
something
to
to
allow
cause them
fast
get trapped,
access
right?
to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks, and, rightfully, pubs and bars.
And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been
Throw it
sick.
a negative.
But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards?
Absolutely bloody not. It's the thin end of the wedge, isn't it, Iris? First it's, can I see your identification, sir? And then it's, would you mind bending over the table, sir? So Sergeant State Educated and Constable Regional Accent here can stick their truncheon up your derriere.
Oh, crikey!
They should call them what they are. They're bloody ID cards. Oh, for Christ's sake, what is it, Iris?
Oh, I'm really not happy, Algernon! So
I'm
sorry.
glad we went back to them.
Crikey.
And finally tonight, back of the net, popular sports personality Johnny
Negative
Hamsleeves
and neutral
and his
options are
fiancée, Tiffany
way
McGraw,
more
was spotted out today
animated,
doing shopping,
entertaining.
What many are already calling the greatest wedding ever.
We can only assume that Tiffany's latest show, My Teenage Secretions, has sold better than expected.
I don't remember
as by
who
the
this
looks
person
of things,
is.
The whole affair's about to become more
we
expensive
seen
than
her?
Lil C's shoe collection.
I don't know who that is.
But what should your
Why is
opinion
this
be of this
broadcast
extravagant
feel
display
so
of wealth?
easy?
Oh my god, fantastic!
I feel like it's been very little interference,
Wise
very little
words there.
censoring.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it'll
I mean,
be
it's nice
Jeremy
to
in the
ease back
culture
into
chair,
it, but
spitting rhymes with popular rapper
very
Jay Sus.
confused.
And then we'll both be chatting with a familiar team of thespians set to take the nation by storm again.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National
Nightly
Nightly
News. First tonight, thankfully, some news as we return to our main story.
The World Council today agreed that punitive and potentially
Peter Clement.
illegal sanctions should be imposed upon this country. The sanctions, which come into effect immediately, aim to stop the flow of food, fuel, and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Okay.
Tonight, we have guests from across the continent.
like
to
the
discuss this
easy time is over.
unprecedented situation. For advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lamfordshire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
Oh, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son. And neither do the people of this country.
Well, joining us is Ivan Vodovich, Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
Great pleasure. You, Megan Wolf, are like strongest guard at labor camp who wake up inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you may be worshipped as a god.
Okay.
Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions, how do you feel about Advance's defiant stance?
Advance is like man who think he have big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at mirror and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, then. We have like some of the cleanest mental health facilities in the continent, yeah.
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo, Björk. I'm sorry, we don't appear to have your surname.
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use things like socially divisive surnames here, yeah.
Minister?
It's just Björk, yeah.
Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show up for the fight.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole, like, vote thing, but it's actually the Festival of Fureland here at the moment, where we honor the old generations. So, like, we all had to lurk our grandparents' Galicia whilst the vote was happening, and that's like a really, really time-consuming process, actually.
You're like sissy man. You have this expression, sissy man. is like man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah,
Oh,
because...
stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days.
Yeah, he always win.
Nothing gives him greater pleasure than grinding people's gears. The more publicly, the better.
Peter, you're like man with tiny penis who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that. Oh, could it be? No, it's tiny penis.
Ivan's just worried that when the rest of the world sees how well we're doing, they'll notice all that dosh that he's got squirreled away. Because that's what these
Feel like
sanctions
something
are,
else should be
Megan.
happening.
They're the
I'm
last
confused.
pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. They can join others on my wall.
Actually, in Svenland, we have like serious animal welfare legislation. And like my friend Helga, she got arrested, yeah, for killing a butterfly that was hovering over her fuel thing. I mean, in English, jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl called Jam Sandwich. She was a right cracker too. Wonder what became of her.
We seem to be wandering a little from the news here.
That's human interest, Jeremy. The real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching, Jan, give us a call.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see if we can't organise a reunion.
Crash, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first, eh?
Peter, you're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into oncoming vent. Soon you have tiny penis and beard full of secrets.
In Svenland, we don't really go in for all that restricted monogamy stuff here. We're kind of fluid, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running
This is
out of
a
time.
Interesting
Yes, so
world.
before we go to the break, briefly, if you would, gentlemen, with the people of this country facing shortages and power
Possible shortages and power outages.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Possible shortages and power outages. Can you summarise your thoughts for us, Minister Bjerk?
Well, from here, yeah, you all look a bit stupid really arguing about outdated divisive concepts like money. In Finland, we replaced currency with a system of bodily fluids back in the 1970s, and that's like really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Vucevic.
Your country is like man who think he invented perfect trap for giant mutant hairy bear. When really he just standing in field
Holding his tiny penis, yes. Thank you, Minister. And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers here, Jeremy. Don't worry, everybody. Don't be
Is he gonna make it a whole segment
Don't
without
even
cursing?
lose a wink of sleep. We knew the rest of the world would react this way, and we're ready. As my old man used to say, you
Yes,
can't
Finland
make a
is
shite pie without
interesting.
blocking a
Oh,
few
I
tongues.
knew it.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Reassuring words.
At least I was ready for it.
We'll be back
after these messages.
1 minute back.
Hey, Peter, I over your way this weekend. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure, front or back.
That's what I hope you're asking Megan Wolf for me.
She's out of your league, mate.
Can't they still hear them?
Well, you have to be more careful.
It's all part of his long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6.
A little worried about
Someone
this
warned us
guy.
going a little too well.
Forget his name. Is it Jeremy? Not all is well in the crew land.
This is important. New government censorship should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the advanced blue waveform.
Why was there smoke coming out of this? I don't know how I feel about government censorship. Well, I know how I feel. Don't know how I feel about doing it.
Are they giving you the crown principle? Megan?
Yeah, I assume they mean that instead of red here, it's going to be blue. We will try. Sports board! Dude, I really want to play some sports board. Oh, we need a camera.
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we
like
have
I'm
an
forgetting to do
exclusive first
something.
look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and The father of truth?
Sorry, hold on. Cats are... Sorry, cats get... Oh, are you done? Oh, you're coming up here. Okay. Hi. Yeah, it's actually not Pele. Artie doesn't like getting pet very often, but when he does, he's very demanding about it. He'll usually only want a little bit of attention, then be done. So we'll get back into it really quick, or really soon. All right. Yeah, it is Artie. I don't know if you can... Kind of blends in since everything is bright white right now, but it is Artie. Let's bring it... Can't really see. You can kind of see him. But yeah, he does. This is actually like the one time he'd be camouflaged. What's the matter, buddy? You usually don't want this much attention. There we go. And yeah, as soon as he's done, he is gone. Maybe. It did sound like they were both making some noise, so maybe he lost and came up here to get consoled. But I would guess they'll both be I guess they'll both be pretty tired and sleep until the old dinner time. Sorry, just looking through left alt sound. Just looking through all the hotkeys to see what else they have. And you could play this game without... Oh, I guess it's made for gamepad, that makes sense. I was gonna say you can play this game without a mouse if you want to. It looks like there's a hotkey for everything, but I like the current setup. Let's get back to the game. Maybe. I feel like neither of them try very hard in that competition, but maybe there is a little bit of that. It's like the human's on my side now. You can't beat me up.
Not sure how that works, but
All
whatever.
right, here we go.
Let's welcome Jesus.
Oh no.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honor to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to, well, you know, the past is the past, and I don't like to dwell on it.
I understand.
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically, right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale. What a tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to?
I think that's fair to just.
Well, you know, they stole
meet
from
that
us. They're
whole
taking
thing.
our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah. Nah, of course, man. Very much so. I just mean, like, why do I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah. I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing. And I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of
Or
like...
maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here
Like
he is.
I'm always
with
missing
his
some
hit
context.
song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh no, I'm gonna do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working
Oh
on.
no.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah. You love it.
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got
Oh,
a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen? So here he is with a new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus!
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel elation for your participation. Still 2 leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams. So don't make a bus. When you find you're one of us, yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me.
There's a lot of rap.
Like being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention, I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise, of the crest of the wave, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the snub ones, the push and the shove ones, the folks that feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones. Ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley. The ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty. The ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation. The ones who built a business that had dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise, of the press of the ways, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Get out of your seats, stay your asses in the streets, set a fire in them building, let him feel some fucking heat. Say you hate to go getters, you're squilling bed letters, and burn them on the powers of advances fucking letters. Gonna take his facts, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team, and advances little dances aren't as harmless as it seems, cause they're stale and corrupt, then you're angry. Let your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
Okay.
Jesus there with his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your lyrics.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral, unbiased, and independent of any outside interference. You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous
This is
language there,
about to
so-
get really
Well,
tense.
thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing our culture spot.
There
Coming
is a
up, we'll be
lot
speaking
of
to a couple
divisiveness
from
in the station.
about their upcoming dramatic outing.
Getting
Don't
some
go
mixed
away.
signals.
We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Just a reminder, mixing that on the VCR.
No, this is ridiculous.
With a new tape, fast and drink.
Just a mix-up, I'm sure. Now,
Floyd Master,
I really do have
Team
to
Floyd,
believe it.
My father's
and
going to
Strong.
hear about this.
I understand. This is unbelievable, Megan.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
B, I'll take it. It's green. Green is good.
New distribution centres. Everyone will get their fair share.
I didn't see what we got for the first segment.
Behind.
Or was it all
So you
just
can carry
here
was
we
that all
go.
one segment?
Oh, stop it.
Look at him.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Who's this
Jeremy,
now?
Do you remember Mr. Algebra?
Oh, it's this guy.
And Mr. Harris.
Oh no.
This is Ms. Raiden.
What?
The Mr. Octopus
Back
crew.
together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
This is awfully exciting, isn't
Do we
it?
get two musical numbers?
Okay then.
That would
We're
be incredible.
going live in 10 seconds. Opening on camera 1.
Opening on camera 1. Got it.
5, 4.
Okay, so we need to play A. It's not
Welcome
gonna let me
back.
play.
And no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're
They
joined
got
by
a yogurt
National Treasure
commercial.
Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Rayton, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all.
Cut that
Tommy,
a little short.
would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to the training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, yeah, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, he says, how would you like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris, Jesus, that was hard.
It's catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built
Clips
around
are on two.
two things that are very important to me. It mixes
This is
scenes
nice to
from my
just
life,
kind of relax and change the cameras.
retellings
They
of
threw
scenes
so many new mechanics every broadcast up until now.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. You're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back, demon! Back to the hells!
Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play
Yeah,
the same
surprise
tired
Gandalf.
characters in every
Always fun.
god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime.
Just a bunch of different
But,
hats.
this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show?
Good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable. He was our rock.
Not sure
Can
that.
you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
Yeah, we've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
And some epic
Underground
fantasy
sports
retellings
board.
of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
You'll never take the sacred path!
More
Am I right in
Gandalf.
saying
Let's
this
go.
was
Dude, our
officially
viewership
commissioned by
is
the
off
government?
the charts.
Yeah, all paid for by the
People
taxpayer,
love
which,
this.
you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which frankly would have been a travesty.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
Goodness, and you do this every night?
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
What?
For what?
Death.
and the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely squeezing a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, it's unbelievable, Megan.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken our jobs.
Yeah.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm
Oh, I want to see that interview.
all of us here. Have a peaceful night.
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
I'm Sophia Remington.
Super curious
CEO
about the
of
floor board.
Remington Smiths.
I should probably pay attention to what's going on here. I want to watch the Floored commercial. A+. Yeah, the world's most attractive horse. I don't know who judges that. A+, B, A+. That's a good way to start. Let's go. Do we get like a bonus? We do get a bonus. Not wearing every day to comfortable. Why is comfortable yellow? I feel like comfortable is what you strive for. Our shares are up. I feel like I'm favoring Remington a little bit too much, but I mean, it is the Floordmaster 5000. How could you not? Poor Crazy Neil and his crazy deals. He's struggling. Maybe we'll throw them some love. We don't want Pleasure Corp to take over the market too much. People did not like the censorship. Surprise, surprise. Forget the names. What is this government's name? They're down. Channel love us. We're doing our job well. And the resistance movement is up. Interesting, interesting. Are we gonna learn what the Floordmaster actually is?
Better way. And now there is. This bad boy.
That's the Floordmaster 5000?
Don't worry, the safety cap is on. Otherwise, it could quite literally take out a rib. Just point it at the target, set the 15 dials and pull the trigger, and it'll punch a Flard right through the goddamn wall. So, whether you're engineering a rescue craft, a bit of home improvement, or just helping your kids out
Yeah,
with their
I might be off Team
Flard.
Flard.
Get by without Flards. You
Did not
need
realize.
The Floordmaster 5000. Thank goodness it's available.
I mean, all we've seen is the box so far. Did not. Alright. Team Flard might be disbanding. Alright. Let's see if we go right into the next broadcast or we have some family stuff to take care of. Yeah, that was the shortest hype cycle of a product ever seen. Alright. Another week or two. A ladder worth climbing. It's a lazy Sunday afternoon in summer, with you and Sam making the most of both kids being out of the house. You bang your head coming out of the cupboard with the last 2 slices of homemade cake. Used to be much easier when you could store things in the pantry. It's rare for you and Sam to actually get to finish sweet things in this house, and you savor every moment. Just as you take your last bite, you hear the sound of the front door slamming. That'll be Charlie back from the Go-Getters. You can hear him practically running to come find you, and he's grinning from ear to ear when he finally does. I have some really big news! You and Sam play along, sitting attentively with bated breath. Ready? Charlie asks as you both nod enthusiastically. With a flourish, he reveals a new badge from his pocket and proudly presents it to you both to examine as he announces, "As of today, I'm a member of the first tier of Cohesion Cadets. There's way more stuff I'm going to be doing, and I'll be working some weekends, but it's really cool." Congratulate Charlie. Can't help but frown. Seems like a big step up for teenagers. Wait, what? Oh, Sam congratulates Charlie as you can't help but frown. This seems like a big step up for teenagers. You and Sam grin back at your son. You're thrilled he's happy and doing well. Yeah. A sign of things to come. I feel like things are about to really escalate or go off the rails here. Just got that feeling in my gut. Shopping, something that always seemed so tedious before the sanctions, has become even more of a chore now. You managed to get almost everything you needed for the family this evening, but you have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park. It's hard to make out why in the dark. Hopefully whatever's causing it won't be long. As the final car in front of you drives off, you realize the queue is actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO, emblazoned in a number of places on it, approaches your car and knocks on the driver's side window. You roll it down. "Good evening. Nothing to worry about. I was just wondering if I could see your team membership card, please." "Weren't these cards supposed to be voluntary?" "Sorry, I don't have one." "Ah, that's not a problem. We've got forms with us right here, and we're more than happy to sign you up." The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. She clearly received the short end of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork. Sorry, I did not really process that. Might as well. Background music is a bit loud. Okay. Let's turn up my... Alright, can I get to... Oh, I can. Never mind. Let's turn the music down a bit. Let me know if that's better. Okay. He gestures for his colleague to come over, and she quickly takes down your personal information, employment history, and also that of your family. It's quite a bit more than you're expecting. The level of detail required is a little surprising, too. Still, a few minutes later, you're done, with the promise of your very own team membership card winging its way to you soon. Saves you having to stop in the queue next time. Yep, that's all great, thanks. Don't forget to keep an eye out for the new team lottery starting up soon. Loads of great benefits to be won. You have a nice day now. The man is all smiles as he pats the bonnet of your car and waves you off. Free prizes just for having the card. Fantastic. $2.90. An invitation worth ignoring. It's a Saturday, one of your few days off, and you've made the most of it. But as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned to the fridge, staring accusingly at you. The Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event. Bozeman was very quick to tell you. Also, don't you dare be late. It's probably not wise to risk Bozeman's wrath. Better go. It could be fun. Best start getting ready. You wonder if Sam will give you a lift. A drink or two might help with the enforced office socializing. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job, right? Day 290, a National News Day. Oh, it's the same day, I think. Never mind. You arrive on time, barely at the Salvan, one of the oldest and grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in, and quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking people in smart attire. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is, possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your life. You submit to being patted down, and with a sigh of relief are let into the hotel. Once inside, you're directed to the grand ballroom, and following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place and the amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. She curtly checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow Emmanuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ballroom. Pause for a second to take it all in. You feel a slight tap on your arm, and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table in the central floor area with a decent view of the stage. Clearly, you're in Bozeman's good books at the moment. You're sat with some colleagues you've seen around the Channel 1 offices before but don't know that well. One of them informs you, far too excitedly, it's a very corporate evening of awards and speeches. At least the food should be good. Dinner is indeed lovely with the help of the, no doubt very expensive, wine. Conversation flows easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with the award for Best Newcomer to the Channel 1 family. Well, this was unexpected. Whoa, let's go. They give awards to the... I don't know the actual term for the job that I do. Channel manager person. Camera button pusher. As you walk up to collect it, you recognize the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey of Incisors fame. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala before specifically thanking Prime Minister Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. As you take to the stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers, as well as Bozeman, Meghan, and some very other well-to-do types that you don't recognize. That explains all the security. As you're handed the award, Dr. Atkinson Blimey asks if you'd like to say a few words. You're a little nervous, sputter out some quick praise for Advance in Channel 1, or make a joke thanking Dave for fleeing the country and leaving you his job. I don't know how that second one will play. Let's just play it safe. As you think Advance, applause breaks out around the room. Both Julie and Peter stand up to magnanimously accept it before saying the night's not about them, but thanks all the same. As you head back to your seat, you see Bozeman nodding at you with a satisfied smile on his flushed face. Clearly that was the right speech. Okay. Just as you're finishing up dinner, one of the other people at your table points behind you. As you turn, you see Bozeman walking briskly past with Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement in tow. You're pretty sure he is poignantly ignoring you. He seems to be introducing the Prime Ministers to a selection of people at different tables. Better them than you. You finish off the rest of the meal, listen to the last few speeches, and then head home. All in all, it was a surprisingly nice evening. You might actually look forward to the next one, providing Bozeman invites you to that one, of course. See, never know what the evening's gonna hold. Plus, we had a really nice meal. It's making me hungry already. Day 296, the heat wave. Wow, heat effect. Alright. Oh, give me 1 second, sorry. Nope. Okay. Not okay. 1 more second. Alright, sorry about that. My roommate came home and I had to talk to her for a second. Yeah. Hey, Brave Bushido. Welcome to the stream. We are currently in the middle of our Not For Broadcast playthrough. Think we're about halfway through. But yeah, let's dive right back into it. I think we're just starting up next broadcast.
Down the sun, have you?
Yes.
Alright, keep Pleasure Corp going strong.
Illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought
do
you'd
we
be in a
need to
better
play
mood. She's
this?
not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
And
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More
ooh, shampoo.
I hate guns. Give me the willies.
We haven't played a Crazy Meal ad in a while. Let's throw that in.
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5.
Okay, so
4, 3.
point the fan and make sure it stays powered on.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
Don't
Our
like
main
flipping
headlines tonight.
between multiple
Seized
screens.
entirety. The
I like
World
having
Council
everything right here.
established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement
there
from
actually a
team
difference
headquarters
here?
a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends
I'm
who, like us, refuse to recognize
still
them.
not back in the groove yet.
Today's escalation, however,
I'm waiting
is
for
nothing
something to go
short of an
wrong.
act of war. We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely, and we warn aggressors to this country that we are neither meek nor defenseless. Thank you.
Okay.
Three's a crowd. It seems the celebrity wedding of the decade might have been a touch busier than expected. In a photo leaked today, it appears the union of football star Johnny Hansleaves and his bride, Tiffany Lamore, may have had a few uninvited guests. Hundreds lined the street to celebrate with the happy couple. Eyewitnesses say a cheer went up as the blushing bride passed by in her carriage.
We'll be
shaped like a
positive
bacon
towards
sandwich,
them.
which is said to be either a protest against the meat industry or a mix-up
I should
with
just
the
pick
carriage factory.
the more ridiculous ones more often.
In it to win it. Exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly
I feel like I
prize
play
draw
it too
for
safe.
all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one.
On it.
Kiss me,
Okay,
Friday.
so that
The nation's
noise,
favourite all-rounder,
is it
the
overheating?
Humble
That
Fly,
is good to
has
know.
risen to new
I'll
heights
have to
today
check as
after a
often.
surprise announcement.
Whew.
The news that Flood fans all over the territory have been waiting for is finally here.
Alright.
In a statement met with Universal
Team
tonight,
Anti-Flard now.
Legends Fist
We've
unveiled their
changed our ways.
for their faithful family favourite, the Flood. Lawrence Blunderclatch and Helena Canterbury Boatshoe, rumoured to be mortal enemies, are to reunite to celebrate their one mutual love in Die Flood, the movie. Self-confessed
Flard.
Flardy, Sophia Remington said,
Okay,
it's only
that's-
right that the real
that's
hero
good.
of our age takes centre stage in this no-holds-barred action thriller.
Blunder Clutch is making a lot of
Escape
movies
Cross
this year.
construction has been hampered by problems as the beleaguered scientists stuck in Dente's taint have had to make the hard call of who won't be coming back due to their new vessel's limited capacity. Despite their promising start, it's fair to say that enthusiasm for the venture
Why does this picture even exist?
led to plans being rushed and big problems that could have been avoided by just simply counting how many of them there are. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, it was decided
Kind of agree with that though.
to be the best able to adapt.
Feel like knowing how many people you need to get out would be the first part of the equation there.
The Capitol was put on high alert last night after disrupt terrorists set an emblematic fire in the heart of Parliament Park. Violent conflict broke out at the demonstration after a mob of so-called protesters from the radical group launched an unprovoked attack on community cohesion officers in attendance. While the burning fist of resistance certainly seems a powerful image in these difficult times, fire officials were quick to point out that had they not arrived in time, and I quote, the whole bloody city might be yesterday's bare crumbs. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions.
Robin Short coming up in the interview.
Football championship, and a proud owner. That's up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Almost caught me off guard there. I don't know if I was ready or I was not fully ready. Oh no. Why can't I turn this back on? I'm trying. Oh, this is a disaster. Oh, it's not on. Dang it. Okay. Well, that could have been worse. We're still in the green.
In shining on scene, you see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
Yeah, I think it overheated. He is not happy. Oh no, that's the wrong thing.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and also their music.
Okay, everything's still on. Yeah. That is a pretty critical failure point. The fan automatically turns off. Everything else overheats. Okay, turn the fan. Okay, turned it back on this time before it everything failed. Ready to censor? Got it.
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why? We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think. Well, we need to evolve gills within 40 years. It just says, shit. Can't go around looking like that. Shit. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Riverton for providing all of this? Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for. Abandon hope and return to the forest. I'd like to thank Mr. Burns for just one opinion on the matter. The sea will reclaim us all.
No. I was too slow. Come on. Okay. We didn't lose a bunch of viewers that time. Yeah, when in doubt, hide behind a plant.
Team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Felsay, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership
cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Oh. Let it get out of range for a second.
Wow, that sounds so convenient.
Ready for it that time.
We're dying to know. What have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julius Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well,
Aww. I want to hear the poem.
when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
Oh, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So Gary.
Ouch.
Let me keep the contents of his downfall.
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank
This
you.
poor reporter.
When you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like the flutter, of course, but no. The boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Are you alright?
Yes, it's coming. It's inspiration, and it's
Okay,
delicious.
getting in the rhythm here.
Today on the show, there's no news. Just a man.
No! I just checked that. How did it overheat that quickly?
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
Okay, didn't lose any viewership. It's at least the good thing here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crack on a tray.
I feel like cookies are as close as you get to eating inspiration.
Today! Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are.
But that would be nice.
It's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick? Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes.
Oh, it's Patrick again. Not this time. Not shutting down.
The smell really is. I mean, it's something. Barry Lardner, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. Tell that looking proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son? Being in the second silliest town?
Okay. We're still not at the first ad break, right? And barely got that. These are long segments.
Saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built Flard factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big
Team Anti-Flard.
But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Oh, no, no, no.
Not affect your life in every way.
Whew, that was close.
Filing a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks in your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the waterway, but I think it's probably a few pounds on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Experience a lot of inhibition.
Cough, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
A next recording is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions and blackouts.
Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon. He's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous. Why didn't you tell me?
That'll be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Feel the button! Oh,
And the all that's left now are hallucinations, consciousness.
He looks so unimpressed.
You know I don't eat opinions.
Got it. Oh, that was close.
Don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick it where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right. That's all here from Christmas.
Dude, he just stepped in. That is good improvisation. No. Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't.
Thanks.
That's close.
With a naval blockade being set up around our coastline as we speak, when we come back,
Okay.
I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public.
I think we did pretty good there.
Purely for medical reasons. Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
This next section features a potentially controversial guest, and Barnes may request some censorship if he goes.
What is this?
Tom, you've done a great job so far.
Is this always here?
Let's keep up the good work.
And I can't do this anymore.
I say this every Friday. What do you mean? Jeremy?
Oh yeah, and the phone's gone. How'd we get a C for that? The power went out a couple times, but nothing bad happened. I feel cheated. Did they say anything about this tape? It's got the, like, Resistance logo on it. Does it say something on the side? Can I put it in here? I could probably play it as an ad. Should I? I don't know what to do. I feel like playing a strange tape is not great.
Welcome back to the National Night. Welcome back to the National Night. Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the territory's first cap football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviors. Joining me
Still have some time to decide.
for over 9 months. Isn't that
Maybe
right?
somebody else say something about it before the last ad.
What world is on?
It's all a bit of a blur.
Chill. I was just about to switch.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe, and perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological forebear is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like you were respected. We're constantly overlooking the workplace, we're whisking it out on buses, and we're out inviting to the children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, my bowels have come to mind.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
A combination of booze, self-hatred, and alcohol.
Is that
Not according to my therapist.
Wow, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is not hard.
Forget about that pesky power button on the fan.
On it. Nothing's overheating. Chill, bro. Oh, damn. What? Barely overcensored that.
Why have you come here
Because my wife left me and I was hoping to fame when I'm back.
We've started a group of people with ailments deemed broadly common in our society. We all take us seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
Bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us.
What?
And how much success
I didn't do anything. You viewers are so picky.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Wow, and some people say your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
What it'd be like to have a parent's kids.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hard. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
Right?
Well, just reminded that he can't help it. Hey, this isn't live television. Let him watch this.
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Great! Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved in your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run.
Oh, jeez.
It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's
Anytime I have to do something on the screen, it's so much harder to manage everything.
wow, we really have to end that there. What a harmless bit of fun. Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect. Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin. And Ginger Tabby with a world-class pair of penalty balls. Is that really
I
necessary?
totally was not paying attention to what was happening.
Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Don't you dare! You in the broadcast center.
That escalated.
You listen to me. You catch the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every
How are you gonna know?
in this studio.
Oh, they probably have, or probably are broadcasting it.
We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Remember we used to do the real news? Before the real
Well, people are viewing in.
cat football? We are on the brink of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots. Ethan, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go! Before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
I was not expecting this. Knew he was not happy, but dang.
I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to pay in the commercial, but today's going to be a little bit different.
Oh.
It's a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines, and when I say so, and not before, you play it. For about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
Sure.
Everyone for playing that tape. The station does not negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've made myself clear. You seem to know what to do.
We're gonna play the tape. Let's make things interesting.
Alex, play the fucking tape. I see anything I don't like. I will not listen to this.
Oh, Alex, you're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right call.
System for the third second.
I think life is more important than a commercial. A plus. I was right about things escalating. I was not expecting that, though. Yeah, it is off the church. Wait, is that... Oh, I forget. Allergy. What?
Try and shock people for entertainment. Now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up.
I feel like he's not the most trustworthy figurehead for a movement.
They're coming for the fruits of our labours. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize as our parents and smiling throughout. We'll turn our children against us if we voice our concerns.
I'm not sure I'm Team Resistance anymore. Oh, we're still holding them hostage. Nobody... Oh, I guess this guy is the security. Okay.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was.
When you put the tape there... Oh. Okay.
Supposed to be on day off.
This cannot end well.
Welcome back to the National Light. Joining me unexpectedly, I very much imagine with my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Light and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is...
They do not even care about the cameras.
What's your name?
Andy!
Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Oh, that's what a CCO is.
Being rebranded.
I guess the fan thing's done.
But it still has some. Couldn't or wouldn't. Christ, you're fucking useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later. Jenny? Why did you join the National Light? Yes, but why specifically this one? The National Night League.
Do you really want to kill semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss? Spell the message on the messenger. No. I didn't know. The people I met were with... She wasn't there. I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously. Alan. James. I love you, Jeremy, but
Aww.
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country. Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. You know it, Andy. And you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who speaks some shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a matter. We are
This whole segment would have been different
and the news isn't saying anything.
if we didn't play the tape, wouldn't it have been? That's crazy.
What are all those scientists working on at Redwood Downs? What are they testing underground at Autobahn? And your turn, make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
I have mixed feelings about the censorship. Okay, let me turn the sound back up. Sorry, I just saw that. I'll turn everything up a little bit. Turn rooms down a little. Hopefully this is about the same with the voices a little louder. Intercom. Yeah, wait, intercom. I guess that's the phone probably. Hopefully, let me know if that's okay.
Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop.
He will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. And then he done. All cameras on me. This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again.
I'm not going to censor this.
Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves. Anyway, that's why I arranged for you to see that book.
Is my voice also lagging? Okay. Yeah, is it my voice or just as well or just the game?
The last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's also fucking pointless. I was going to take a holiday, try something else, out of the limelight. Maybe have a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried. I loved it. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore.
Sorry. It's Pele this time. Hey, baby. Hi, baby. Pele. Hi. Hi, sweetie. Yeah, it's a lot of pauses for a very tense moment. I'm sorry. You're gonna take a nap, then have dinner. It's your favorite thing to do. It's an exciting Saturday. Cute kitty. Oh. The scratches feel really good right now. Really enjoying these. You're done? Alright. You and Artie trying to play favorites? Alright. Let's see if we can get through the rest of this. Yeah, I don't know why the game audio is lagging behind. Everything seems okay on my end. Yeah, hopefully it's not too distracting. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I've lost the slide.
Alex, think of the consequences.
Please, we can't show the cut to the ads.
My name's
Now!
Jules.
Do it now!
If you can.
Alright, we'll cut to that.
Our society has never been fair. From the food that we eat to the education,
Well, that was interesting.
cohesion services we all enjoy. Finally, by working as a team.
I have no idea how I feel about that. New challenge unlocked. Let's go. Got an A+ though. Yeah, that
For those who have put the needs of the team
was
before their own.
not your average day at work, that's for sure.
Who is registered for a team membership card will automatically be.
I assume he went through with it. It is unfortunate. Got another A though. We're having a lot better day than Thursday. No bonus this time though. Things are looking up. Pleasure Corp. Oh, we didn't actually get to play the Crazy Neil ad. Why are their shares up? Didn't we like say the Flard was awful? Shouldn't they have gone down? Or was that it for broadcast? It's hard to keep it all straight. Alright. Ooh. People are really not happy with Advance. That is not... I feel like things are just gonna keep escalating. They're still happy with me. Okay, they weren't that upset that I played that ad. Channel 1's opinion of you matters. You'll see it after every broadcast. Pele, you're gonna fall off the desk. Day 297, a tape to remember. You wake up, still partly in shock from what you saw in the news last night, what you had to edit on the news last night. When you come downstairs, you find your family sat in the living room waiting for you. Take a seat on the sofa next to Sam. Sam swallows, hesitating before starting. We were so worried about you last night. After Jeremy, everything that happened. Sam shakes their head. I wonder what they'll do with him now. Are you okay? Oh, I guess they got to him before something happened. I don't know. I'm not fully convinced that he's right. Lock him up, probably. Can't say I blame them. Sam glances at Charlie, then back at you. We saw that you chose to play that tape. They paused before continuing. Couldn't help but wonder why. I mean, I didn't really... kind of both of these? I don't know. It was a little forced. I guess I didn't feel like I had a choice. What? That's not good enough. Disruptor bad people. I can't believe you did that. Charlie's outburst seems to come out of nowhere, and no one in the room is prepared for it. Do you even think about how this stuff affects people? You're an idiot. Sam tries to interject. Charlie, but he's already slammed the door. Charlie always was a bit black and white about this sort of thing. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation and somehow you managed to make the right call. Sam throws their arms around you. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticize what you did, and I'm proud of you. I've never been so grateful to have Sam support you. Take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's all a lot to take in. You're not sure you've fully processed what happened last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it all. You sigh and absentmindedly turn on the TV. It's nice, you've at least got some company. The TV is playing through some old western show, but it's not quite as distracting as you'd hoped. You're never gonna please everyone. Big, true. Hey, I was just doing my job. Day 361, Burden Born. Almost 1 year of advance in power. Whew. It's been 6 months since you and Sam last discussed Grandma's ever-increasing medical costs, and Emma, whilst very pleasant, has proved an expensive nurse as you'd fear. You can't believe it's been that long already, but the sanctions are really starting to hit home now. Unfortunately, the government's only solution to help the ailing elderly is a day trip to a transition center. Why does everything always seem to come back to money? This time, it's you at the kitchen table, surrounded by bills and paperwork, and Sam comes to join you. Today, Emma told you there's really nothing more you could do, except an expensive experimental new treatment that might not even help. Sometimes your mom wants the treatment. More often, she talks about visiting a transition center. It's hard to know what she really wants. Sam puts a hand on yours. What are we gonna do, honey? She's your mother. It has to be your choice. Oh man, that's so tough. I feel like it should be our mother's choice. If she talks about the transition center more often, I don't know, I would go with whatever one I think she actually wanted. I mean, I can kind of... I don't think she wants to live like this anymore. It's hard, but it's time for the transition center. Yeah, that is... Man. That was like the toughest decision I've had to make in this game. That hits hard. Like, we have a, what, 19-year-old? I guess, I don't know. It still feels pretty young to have to make that type of call for... Man, that's so sad. Because we can't be that old. Which means our mother can't be that old. I mean, the way I'm reading this, it sounds like she does want the transition center a little more. That is also better for us, which is not a factor I want to factor in here. We'll do the transition center. That's so painful. Fine. These things are never really a choice. Hopefully the kids will understand. It was all you could do, given the circumstances. Whew. Man, I have a feeling our son does not seem to like us very much. This is not going to help things. If only things had been different. It's like a very ominous thing to say. 1 year, day 365, a holiday update. Just as you're finishing up breakfast, Sam comes in with the post. Oh, we've got a postcard from Susie. I hope she's having fun on her trip. Is she still traveling abroad? How long? Hasn't it been like 9 months? Okay, yeah, the not AC. The heater's running right now, so that's probably what it is. I never notice it. I don't know why the mic picks it up so much. I'll have to like try to preheat the house before the next streams. Let me see if I can turn it off. But living in the cold, you do have to run that thing pretty frequently, so. Alright, should turn off in a minute. Yeah, if it gets too distracting, I can try to turn down the gain even more. I'll just have to like lean in really close to the mics. Okay. Postcard from Susie. Has been traveling forever, so I've seen what feels like most of Urkistan. Really cool place, but so cold. Hope Chippy enjoyed the gift. Before you say anything, yes, you're right to make me pack the extra pair of socks. Sam gives you a small kick under the table. Next, we got the train to Konislava. Much warmer and loads of beaches to enjoy. I could have stayed there forever, but had to head to San Palmerino before it got too cold. And I'm so glad we did. We probably got 1 or 2 more stops before heading home, but I'll be back in time for Christmas, I promise. Hope everyone's doing well. Love, Susie, XXX. Sounds like it's been a hell of a trip. Worth every penny. I think that's fair. Still think that was the right decision. Broadcast time? Please be broadcast time. Day 371. The 20-week war. Oh no.
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here. Hope all's well with the family.
Just button change?
We're expecting those troublemakers at Disrupt to attempt to hack the channel during the broadcast, so keep an eye on the interference screen and stay out of the orange. Let's keep the news on the air. It's important, now more than ever.
War broadcast. Oh, sorry. Got a minute. Oh, the fan's gone.
Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
Well, what does that mean?
It means to do that thing you do when you turn politicians into
Fence.
Don't get drawn into talking about the war.
SS Fun Ship.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
Siege Survival. Fragrance. Pre-Christmas extravaganza. Holiday shopping time. Make sure Crazy Neo gets his ad break. 30 seconds. This button did... Oh, wait, what is it? Stuff changed here. Why do I have emotes? Can I make like a emote wall up here? Start spamming like thumbs downs that pop up everywhere?
5.
That'd be pretty funny.
3.
That's a very bright moon reflection.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan.
Okay, we're doing the image thing.
The 140th day of war. Our main headline.
Wait, we're at war?
Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea.
I always feel like I'm behind on the news, even though it's my job.
Of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Proud parents throughout the territory find themselves ever more impressed by the bravery and commitment of their incredible children and the job they're doing keeping supply lines open
Just
against
making sure there's nothing else going on.
Don't starve.
Oh.
Advance's food program moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened
We
in
have
the
a new
last
button
remaining
here.
unfed
Is
areas
that like
of
a
the
light?
territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. And judging by the looks on this happy
picture
family's
also
faces,
changed.
it can't come a moment
Fascinating.
too soon. They'll be getting a good meal tonight on the government, just like the rest of us. 7 days to die. The recent decision to allow those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, The expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many
This looks
organisations
two-staged.
calling for it to be opened up to the wider
We
community.
report the real news.
With dwindling medical supplies leaving many of our most vulnerable facing chronic pain, it can come as no surprise that the transition centres have found themselves stretched to capacity. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. It's up to the other 89% of us to remind our tardy friends that not taking advantage of all the exclusive services available to card
Guess you
holders
showed the other
is
one.
now, as it should be, absolutely criminal. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankipool. Large crowds
Mankipool.
gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. A representative from the Mankipool Community Cohesion Team described the event as mostly peaceful, but it looks like Disrupt aren't going quietly into the night. And finally tonight, our mutual friend. Bail was denied in the High Court today for shamed former National Nightly News anchor Jeremy Donaldson. The presenter will be transferred to new lodgings at Penton Ridge Prison while the lengthy preparations for his trial, which is still 18 months away, begin. Following his very public breakdown on this programme 10 weeks ago, the once loved presenter was disarmed and taken into custody by the Community Cohesion Team. Let's hope doctors can help the once great man. But first tonight,
Peter
with
Clement.
the war about to enter its 21st week, I'll be chatting with Peter Clement live in an exclusive team talk from his home in Lancashire.
Okay.
Don't go away. You won't want to miss a
I'm
second of
really
tonight's
curious what's
National
going on
Nightly
here.
News.
Caught me off guard. Said something about like orange lines, right? I've not seen that yet. Oh, sorry. Oh, we have a new opening. Guess that makes sense.
Later in the programme, I'm thrilled to say I'll be chatting with mega pop star Lil C, who's going to be treating us to a world
Lil
premiere
C.
of her new single.
Another song?
In part 3, we've got something new I promise you won't want to miss. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's coming to us through the magic of television all the way from his home in Lancashire.
Should be a pretty good
Are
episode.
you receiving me, Prime Minister?
Loud and clear, Miss Wolf. Loud and clear.
Well, let's start
Is
with
he on
the
an
obvious.
exercise
What's that in
bike?
your hand, Prime Minister?
Cheeky cow. But yeah, it's true.
Said stay out of the orange, right?
Drink, and I've got to say, I'm beginning to feel the benefits.
It certainly looks that way.
Well, I made a promise to Mrs. C, and as my old man used to say,
A promise is worth keeping?
was something like that, only with assholes.
So, I've heard from my sources that you and the illustrious Mrs. C
What
plan to
happens
take
if we
your
go in
winter
the
break
orange?
somewhere a little different this year.
That's right. We're planning a walking holiday right here in the territories, which is different for us because, like you,
Oh, jeez.
Megan, I've always been a big fan of those
Wrong camera.
warm foreign beaches.
Did you make this decision because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, no, that's a good question. Well, as you know, while the blockade has effectively restricted the flow of goods into the country, we and our neighbours have continued to allow unimpeded travel for business leaders, ministers and such. So, although me and the missus could theoretically go to that gorgeous beach I just mentioned, it just doesn't smell much like team spirit to me. After all, as the old man used to say, when life gives you shite, make shite pie.
It works just as well with lemons and lemonade.
I suppose it does.
Prime Minister, maintaining a healthy body like yours at a time of national crisis must require some demanding planning. What's your regime and how do you go about it all?
Well, the truth be told, it's all down to Claude, my
a little
infinitely
confused.
patient personal trainer. He's a man with a plan. I'm just the prat with a fat.
On that very subject, how are you and Mrs. C handling living on rations?
I feel like it's not hard to stay out of
Back in the
the
50s, I worked
orange.
for you backstage for your Patrick Brannan's dad. Did you know I did that?
I think everyone knows that, Prime Minister.
Well, what you probably didn't know was that Graham Bannon was a right tightwad, paid the bare bloody minimum and still found every possible excuse he could to dock your pay even further. I remember he once docked me a whole $5 for having an unacceptably smelly lunchbox, type bastard. Anyway, what I'm saying is back then I ate a lot less than I am now, even under rationing. We all did.
Oh.
There are still plenty of people in this country who could afford to lose a little bit of weight.
Interesting.
What are you implying? No, but seriously, Prime Minister, we know you're very busy, but one final question, if I may.
Oh, go on then.
When you get home from a long day, your head full of the territory's hopes and fears, what
They're like
music do you
hacking the
listen to when you work out to take your
broadcast.
mind off things?
Well,
Or it's like sending a secret broadcast.
Fuddy-duddy.
Fascinating.
But I'd be lying if I didn't say there's something about Little C that
I don't know if maybe they said that. I
Well,
missed that if
stay
they did.
watching, Prime Minister, because she is going to be talking and performing live after the break.
Oh, I'll be watching. After all, as my old man used to say, everything's a treat on a boring Friday with nothing but the wind up your shunt.
It's Wednesday, Prime Minister.
I think the expression's...
I think I censored that in time.
Peter Clement, thank you for joining me. I don't know about you at home, but I think there's something kind of inspirational there. I know I feel safer. When we come back, Lil C is going to be giving us the debut performance of her new single, and I'll be getting to meet her. As her biggest fan, I don't mind telling you, I'm pretty excited. Don't go away. We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
Stop. What's that even news?
I forgot to ask him what his favourite number is.
Oh, I must have forgotten that in all the excitement.
So assuming it's
Christmas! Let's go.
in that milk, I reckon it's the tears of his enemies.
You are one disturbed individual.
How I cope.
B. Still green. We take those. Okay. Seems straightforward enough so far.
You'll no doubt have spotted the updated mixing disc.
I did.
New buttons during the next sections. First,
Oh
the
boy.
applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
Awesome. I want to hear about these Christmas sales.
If you're feeling hungry, don't feel down in the mouth. You can have a dog all along. And remember,
Why is this break so long?
for Christmas to eat, it's a crazy deal at Crazy Meals. We've got elves on trees. We've got trees on elves. If you want to know where the elf on the shelf is, we've got elves on elves. Bend over and ready for you to take home. We got naughty Christmas nativities with naughty Christmas figurines.
Well, that's not.
Crazy Christmas numbers.
This is why I didn't buy Crazy Neo stocks.
But kids go mad for it, absolutely mad.
5 and 10 seconds.
Hang on, Colin, you've got kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
What?
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that.
Lil C.
But first,
I think
I'm
this is
really
our first
excited
time meeting
for our
Lil
next
C.
guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing
so
the
we
chart records.
probably
at
press
the
the
age
green
of
one.
Just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C.
Fake applause. Great.
May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight I went from that like annoying little girl from that show to that like sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really, it was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings from my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course, I mean the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
There's nothing that strange about it, Megan. Okay, yeah, so he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
Uh-huh. So, this newfound explosion to your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nice underwear, you know, for the paparazzi, but as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So, what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard.
Nice to have these chill segments.
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
So soon, after the last one?
Oh yeah,
So, come on, go-getters. He's occupied now. Busy, even. His room's never been cleaned.
See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the best high street and retailer shops and it's out now. So girlies, you know what to do. Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh, there she goes. Blimey. All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes and I hate myself. I just want to like cry into a bath of root veg. But then I think thousands of girls would do anything to be me, so I must be quite lucky.
Well, you know you don't have to do this though, don't you?
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between like my 4th vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different, you know, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody...
No, forgot the camera.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl I did. I'd sit in front of the radio and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practicing again.
Oh, sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, make Quagler proud and you might just survive childbirth.
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note,
wow.
You're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it,
So, it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know what? It's actually alright. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
All right then, well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh,
More music.
We'll see with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
These babies gonna bring...
It's the Force's favorite, the Queen of Team, here to break in your blockades.
Get a music multiplier.
Lil C.
Oh baby, can't you see I'm hungry? There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meat you're packing. Only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team and me. No dirty foreign labor. Don't stop no morning drill. There's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no vicar's daughter, common Spanish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and hold me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die a team. So water feed at Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy. I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
Oh, I lost the multiplier.
I've been this raised wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but came to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no vicar's daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and hold me like an enemy soldier.
I was not paying attention to the lyrics. That is... Huh. Oh dear.
Come and use me as a toy and flip me over, grab my hair, rip off my clothes and down from there. I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will.
Was not paying attention to her face. I'm sure it was incredible.
Well, don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
Considering we've been at war for 20 weeks, this is an awfully light-hearted news broadcast.
Thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know, to be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours.
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain... It's like...
Oh, right. And
Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jeanshaw?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both have the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together. And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to stop needing it.
A+.
This next section will need you to use all 4 of the sound effects to help things along. Try and pick the most appropriate one at each given moment. The actors can't hear what you're doing, so they'll be trusting you to make the right choices.
The sound effects don't seem that hard so far.
No.
I guess they were just tutorializing us, but I think we can handle it.
Just keep adding flowers until it feels like 12. Got it?
Absolutely, right away. 10
This is a
seconds.
skit.
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that
new
every
feature
night on the show will be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top
The Notice Board, Pog.
Before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director, and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra.
What?
I'm by Jeff DePoon now. How do you like that?
Jeff is moving up in the world. What?
Now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
Your wife.
Ah! Oh God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now.
Who's
we were
Norm?
married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Oh, Norm de Plume.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom, and I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
You had it last time. Don't stop now.
What? I clicked it.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh,
Mrs. Craven.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Is the news just a sitcom now?
those young louts.
I'm-
They vandalized my shop again. No!
Don't know.
Yes!
I don't think many news segments should have
They've written all sorts of obscene
scripted skits.
and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social
Dude, people love the notice board.
outlifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock. See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it,
I
Ray.
feel like we're a little heavy on the sound effects, but
We can
apparently not my call.
their future.
Yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What?
Wait, why was applause the right thing there?
Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
It's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She said she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
Oh, no. It's Brad.
Brad.
He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What did you say? Tutoring?
That's right.
Tutoring?
That is very important. Would you mind, Bray?
Not at all.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are, and not on.
I take it back. I want all news shows to have the notice board.
Vandalized my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Just applaud everything Brad says, apparently.
I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you?
Oh, I did click one. No.
Oh,
My bad, my bad.
what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as
Gotta
a
be
man.
quick with these.
Put her there, Ray.
The countdown is not how long you have to select. That's kind of annoying.
Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
Is this a... What? Earthquake? I don't have control of the camera. What's happening? Oh. Oh. Still can't move. Something's gonna happen. Oh, no.
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we are picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be...
Oh, there's not an earthquake.
what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities. Initial estimates put the death toll...
What the heck?
They put them into millions. I'm being told we're
Bro, this
experiencing...
game just escalates so fast.
Apologies for the interruption.
What?
And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for France detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate them if our conditions
I really want to hear
are not
the
met
orange
in
part.
full and without delay. The people of our territory will no longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately. We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future. Your borders are now our borders. Your people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed. But for your privileged few, the moment that they feared is now upon them. Allow me to be crystal clear. If you fire a single shot at our territory, or harm a single one of our citizens, we will not hesitate to detonate further devices. You will not find them, though no doubt you are already searching for them. Our technology is decades ahead of yours. We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. It's not relevant or important. So many of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother. His name is David.
David.
And right now I can't get his stupid face out of my head. He's a researcher and he's currently travelling the continent for work. And I don't
Oh no.
I don't know where he is right now.
What about Susie? She's not back home yet,
There are
right?
many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news. And you also have loved ones on the continent. In Urkistan, or Harbia, or San Palmerino, or Konislava, which is where David was when I last spoke to him 3 days ago. So when I tell you I know how you are feeling tonight, believe me, I do. But I also know that there's There's a flow to events. I see it every day here. I know that although tonight it feels like we may be in a time of fear and darkness, we may actually be at the break of a new dawn. We don't know that yet. We can't know that
Is this the last segment?
Together we
it
will
is.
find out. And I will be here every night, feeling what you are feeling.
I think
And
it's
with
time to
your
play
help,
C.
maybe we can all get to that brave new world. My name's Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Strength to strength. Achievement unlocked.
We're ringing round, but the telephone network's overloaded.
Family away from home.
We'll find him.
Do
Achievement
we know
unlocked.
exactly which cities were hit, or
Megan. We will find him.
Okay. Well, I guess things are just going to be escalating from here. Whew. Really, man, I can already tell I want to do at least one more playthrough. If people are interested in watching it on stream, we'll do it probably after Lost Ark. But it would be interesting to do one where we do like all the orange broadcast waves and whatnot. I think the way I'm approaching this right now is kind of just focusing on doing the job. I mean, that is why we have a democracy. Don't think it's my place to control the political narrative, but I get that's what the game is going for, and that's kind of where it's interesting, but I don't know. Doing a bit of a RP playthrough, I guess. But yeah, that is why it is important to vote for the leaders. Not just randomly stage revolutions and movements. I don't know. But yeah, it is very interesting. Let's see. Pretty good. I mean, B A+, A+. We kind of really nailed the back half of that. Take it. Got another bonus. Back to sometimes splurging. Alright, Crazy Neil and his crazy deals on the rise. Do you like to see it? Pleasure Corp. The other two are starting to struggle a bit. Oh, interesting. I'm surprised Advance is on the rise. I feel like war tends to make, well, I don't know, maybe at the beginning. Detonating nukes I don't think would make me have a more positive view of the government, but okay. And Channel 1 still likes the job we're doing, so that's exciting. Is there a way for me to see the... I won't actually watch the full thing now. I'm just curious if I can see like
Before
the
we join Megan Wolf and the team for
orange...
tonight's National
wait,
Night.
that's what we actually did. We probably can't see... Wait, what is this? Oh, no, this is... Oh, back. Wait, rushes... No, yeah, that's just the rush. Weird. Wolf's End. Wait, who is Wolf? I wish I was not so awful with names.
breaking news.
doesn't look like there's a way for us to see like the orange broadcasts from the recordings. That's really interesting. Okay, well, that'll be... We'll actually go in blind to them when on that second playthrough. Things do seem a bit choppy on the camera. Interesting. Can I like restart this somehow? Sorry. 1 second. Everything seems to be chugging along. The camera's just a little off. Can we maybe let's turn that down a bit. Does that help? Not really. Should I restart? I don't like having to restart the stream. Maybe I can unplug it, plug it back in. Give me 1 second. All right. Loading back up because it looks a little more smooth. I miss having a Pele cam, even though she's sitting like 3 inches away from me and I can see her. Having her on screen was always nice. Okay. Oh. Switching the source also made the lighting a little better. How about that? Why is it not centered? That's what I get for always playing around with it. Okay. Day 371, proportionate response. The rest of your shift passes in a blur, with the same words going around and around in your head. Operatives working for Vance detonated nuclear explosives. Initial estimates put the death toll into the millions. Did this really just happen? You pull into the driveway with no memory of the journey home. The light in the front room is on. Clearly someone else is still awake. The door creaks open into the living room. You find Sam sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV. The screen is off, and they're clearly lost in thought. Take a seat beside them and put a reassuring hand on their shoulder. They don't look at you, but they do reach up to take your hand in theirs. Now you're closer, you can see the tears flowing freely down Sam's face. Our little girl. I know. I don't know what to do. What the hell can we do? The bastards killed Susie and millions of others, all because of their fucking war, which we'd never asked for. Behind the tears, you see a fire, raw fury you've never seen in Sam before. I hate them, Alex. I know you've always supported Advance, but after this, they're monsters. I need to know you understand that we're not going to help them anymore. Advance did what was necessary. I'm glad they're prepared to do what was needed to protect us all. Don't think it's that simple. Country is suffering. This war has to end. Definitely not number one. I mean, I don't think it's that simple, but I also don't think it could have been justified. The war does have to end. Oof. Kind of a 3. I mean, the war has to end. No, nothing can justify what they did. Anyone who tries is just as bad as them. It's a little stronger language than I probably would have used, but sorry. I'm gonna get a light set up really quick. I feel like my face got really dark all of a sudden. Not perfect, but hopefully that's good enough. Alright, relief spreads over Sam's face like a wave, and they collapse against you, clutching tightly. Clearly this was weighing heavily on them. You're not sure you've even processed it fully yet. But at least you'll get through it together. So I guess Susie was in one of the cities that got hit. Day 380. Final farewell. The last week is passed in a blur. The rush of things to do, but all immediately forgotten. Your memory clouded by a dark fog. 9 days since the so-called Liberation Night and the beginning of Advance's new future. You weren't the first ones at the church today. You are staggered by a number of people who have come to mourn with you. Everyone here for the same reason, sharing the same pain, the same sense of loss. It's written all over their faces, much as it would be on yours. You step away from everyone else, needing space to gather your thoughts. Your daughter, poor little Susie, gone. Sam had said little since that evening. They're still getting over the shock. When you walk over and squeeze their hand, they squeeze back tightly. You'll get through this together. Can only imagine how awful it would be to face this alone. There hadn't even been a coffin to bury. I'm sorry, what? What day were we just on? An academic exodus. Just fast forwarded like over a year. It was like 380. That was okay, so basically a year later. Okay then, I guess Susie was confirmed gone. Man, I was not ready for that. It's a seemingly ordinary morning, but as soon as you get into work, you find a small crowd gathered in the break room. When you go in to grab your first cup of tea of the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. You didn't hear? Yeah, another one's gone missing. What's that bring the total up to now? I should think over 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed yet. Sorry, what's going on? An excited young woman turns to you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing from Queensview University. With all the other disappearances over the last year, scientists, doctors, researchers. She pauses before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly disrupt targeting the people speaking out against them. Even heard Advance are struggling to prevent further. A deep, familiar voice from behind you interrupts. What exactly is going on here? A silence overtakes the room as you all turn in unison towards the doorway. Bozeman clears his voice before continuing. Told you before, I don't want to hear about these so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance has been very clear that they're nothing to worry about, which means they're not our problem. Unless they start classing cappuccinos as intellectual, I don't think anyone here has anything to worry about. Let's get back to work. Bozeman holds up a hand to keep you as everyone else files out of the room. Look, between you and me, this leave it alone malarkey comes from on high. It's out of my hands. So I would appreciate it if you would refrain from talking about it further. Make sure the news is in line with that school of thought, yes? He gives you a pat on the arm and a smile before leaving to carry on with whatever it is he does during the workday. It seems that, for better or worse, public ownership is now in full swing. Okay. Another 100+ days. This is so strange. We're just randomly at war, nukes were dropped, and then we just fast forward 100 years with like no idea what happened. I'm a little confused. And now people are getting abducted, but not by the government. Huh. Okay. You drum your fingers on the steering wheel impatiently as you wait for Charlie again. It's great he's enjoying the Cohesion Cadets and is so enthusiastic, but does he really need to stay behind every week to help? It's your Saturday evening too, after all. Finally, you see him exit the hall, grin on his face. You can't help but smile back, the frustrating starting to fade as you see him so genuinely happy. After hugging his friends goodbye, Charlie heads over to the car and gets in, his face flushed with excitement. So how was you're interrupted as he can't contain himself any longer. Guess what? What? You play along with a smile. So obviously the Cohesion Cadets is a starting point for becoming a CCO, so we get a head start when applying for that. Charlie gushes, clearly keen on explaining his news, almost tripping over the words in his efforts to tell you. Well, apparently from next year, the top 5% of cadets will be taken into a special program to become CCMs, Community Cohesion Managers. And guess who's going to be in it? He beams at you. It's great news, Charlie. We're all so proud of you. With a grin from ear to ear, he sits back in his seat. Yeah, I'm so glad I joined. I can't wait to tell everyone. You chuckle. I think a celebration is order. How about we pick up some takeaway on the way home? Yes, SoCo. The rest of his car ride is spent with Charlie listing every takeaway he can think of. It's great to see him doing so well. Okay, another 3 weeks. Getting close to the 3-year point. Not quite, I guess 2.5, but how often are elections in this country? I don't think they ever said. Maybe 4 years? Doesn't seem like there was an election. Okay, day 872, a spark to light the flames. You're surprised to find Sam in bed next to you when you wake up. The They must have got in very late last night from drinks with the folks from school. You decide to let them sleep in and enjoy a lazy Sunday morning. With the house quiet, you decide to bring some breakfast into the living room to watch some TV while you eat. This is breaking news. Reports are coming in from across the country that large swaths of farmland went up in flames last night as part of what authorities are calling a heinous and well-planned act of terrorism by the group known as Disrupt. You drop your spoon back into the porridge and turn up the volume. In addition to food stores, which government sources have said will put a strain on universal menu centers countrywide, a number of CCO and civic buildings were targeted in last night's attack. According to Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, specific prisons and re-education and betterment facilities were raided, and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcibly extracted from lawful custody. You hold your breath, waiting to hear if anyone got hurt. Fortunately, the CCOs were all well prepared for an event like this, and Disrupt appeared to be disorganized in comparison. While there were a limited number of fatalities, these were entirely compromised of Disrupt terrorists, with only 3 CCOs reported injured in the various conflicts across the country. A significant amount of Disrupt activities were arrested and incarcerated, awaiting transfer to a betterment center. More on this story as it develops. You go to turn off the TV. You're interrupted by Charlie walking into the living room, bleary-eyed with a piece of toast. Anything interesting going on? He gestures to the TV. Mutely, you leave the news on as they cycle through the story again. Charlie watches in a hushed silence. By the end of the broadcast, they're dubbing it The Night of Fire. Everything's going to be okay, right? Yeah, it's all going to be fine, bud. Day 912. Enjoy a stress-free edit in story mode. Who needs that? Yeah, they've really jumped. I was not ready for that. I think the camera's lagging again. Dang it. Pause. Oh, that's ominous. Yeah, this is like a fascinating way to tell a story. I feel like it's very non-traditional. I think it works well for this game, to be honest. But yeah, there's like a lot of things that they kind of just throw you into the middle of, and they don't always give you closure to it. Maybe that's just how I'm playing. Like maybe we'd get more closure to certain things if I was doing things a bit differently. Okay, I think that should be a bit better. Are we smoothed out? Just wait a second before jumping back in. Pele is fast asleep. But yeah, I really want to get the kitty cam set up. maybe that'll be the next project I work on for the stream. I think it's going to be a little more effort. Because the way I had it before was had the camera like up above and behind the desk, but the desk is against a wall now, so we're either going to have to change the angle or I'm going to have to mount it differently. I could probably have it looking in from like behind, which should be about the same angle, but we'll see. There'll be time for that. This kind of feels like we're near the end, but I don't know. I feel like maybe with the different endings, there's different times, because some stuff we've done is definitely changed other events. So who knows? Just keep buckled in for the ride and see how this ends. Excuse me. Oh, there we go. Day 912. The Uprising. A year and a half since Liberation Night.
Can you hear me? Alex?
Yeah.
Are you receiving? Calling.
Got another tape.
Come in, Alex.
Oh.
Can you hear the signal? Pick up.
Is that picking up? Oh, this is speaker. What?
Pick up.
Oh, here. Sorry.
This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and to be frank, we need your help. I know you've never been that sympathetic to our cause, but since the bombs, well, you've seen what happened. They have to be stopped, Alex. You know it in your heart, and tonight,
This shouldn't be my call.
our very last chance. Play our tape at the second break. It's all right. And please, when I hack in, let my message reach the people just once, just tonight.
I
Violence can't be stopped.
don't feel comfortable about this. I feel like I shouldn't play it, but I really want to know what's on it.
Never missed a birthday.
His grandmother's on the run, Colin.
Yeah. Armed robbery, resisting arrest, double homicide of the same bloke.
I'll cue it up, or I'll put it in the VCR. I don't know if I'm going to play it yet. Second break.
Going in 10 seconds, everybody.
I don't know what to do. This is so stressful.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolf. Our top stories tonight. Future legend. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted multiple attacks across the territories. During the coordinated action, subsequently dubbed the Night of Fire, emergency services were kept busy at the agricultural centres, while a series of covert attacks
Like, this is why we have elections and stuff. Like, the future of the country should be decided by whether I play a tape or not.
since the violent Disrupt attack on his convoy
I get that's the game and that's what makes it interesting. And it's very interesting.
after his notorious
But at the same time, actually putting myself in this situation, it's like, I'm here to do my job.
With the last of the menu centres opening in territories
I'm glad
5, 8
he's still alive.
today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started
Okay,
as
I'm guessing it does not look like that. That does not feel like accurate reporting.
the unawakened world. Jack Tractorpants, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious,
No new
the
mechanics,
actual
it looks
quality
like.
of the meals
At least
you
not
cook
yet.
depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a professional footballer. Happy talk. Record happiness levels have been reported today across the territories. As more and more former countries join the new future, a survey carried out by scientists at Queensview University reveals a stunning fall in depression, self-harm and suicides, especially in those territories
Yeah, that graph's really clear.
unjust of indivisions.
I gotta see what they say about it.
The binominal trajectories of the Bezier distribution show signs of becoming both inverted and protracted when dispersed over the square root of time. By applying Harrington's third law in conjunction with the vowels variation, we can clearly see that things are looking mathematically good for Julia Salisbury and Advance.
As someone who works with a lot of reporting and analytics, that was both painful and hilarious.
Vision for what he calls a return to free society. However, the problematic provocateur avoided answering any questions on the movement's increasingly sinister tactics. This image, captured on a long lens by journalists working at the Daily Scandal, shows a clandestine meeting between former Prime Minister Jacob Hamilton Mann and Ivan Vodovich, formerly of Uzbekistan, thought killed on Liberation Night. Is this part of Disrupt's secretive leadership? Mr. James refused to comment.
Oh, plot thickens with Disrupt.
Revelatory conclusions today. Firstly, driver Flard bargain. Capitalising on the global success of Die Flard the movie.
Is there a difference in these pictures?
Sophia Remington today welcomed followers to the first.
I never expected the Flard to be this big of part of the story.
CEO of Remington
This
Smith,
is
to take up the
hilarious.
role of High Flard mistress, said the idea came to her in a vision, saying, "I was elbow deep in Blunderclatch when I felt something unexpectedly Flard." A surprising ending there for Sophia Remington after a turbulent 2.5 years running the company. Teleportated? In a surprising turn of events, the remaining scientists of Dante's Taint seem to have vanished into thin air.
These are the same
After
picture
many
too.
months of silence, the rescue team
Right?
finally reached the remote caves to find them completely deserted. This strange unknown piece of equipment was all that was found. Theories range from teleportation to time
Glad they got
travel,
out.
or just a half-finished hot dog. Man on. Footballer Johnny
That's fair.
Handsleeves and his new
These
wife,
are also-
Tiffany Lamore, proudly announced today that they're
So it's like if we made different choices, there could be another choice here, but we already
having a baby.
set their
Beset
futures.
by tabloid controversy, Johnny seems to be
So
settling
confused.
well in family life, calling this latest news the
We
ultimate
do not
golden goal.
actually have a choice.
If the golden goal also peed on you. All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parks for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek
Notice
at the
board!
ticket in town.
My favorite
That's all coming
show.
up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Yeah. I don't know if you were here, but I was saying I really want to do another playthrough where we do like all the Disrupt stuff and like look at all the orange broadcast lines. So if interested in seeing that, I think we'll do that. But I think for this one, we're just gonna kind of
But first, 500
go with the
days
main broadcast. Oop.
and a great man. The start of tonight's programme is dedicated
Nobody
to
saw that.
remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement. Patrick
What?
Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking
Peter
ground
died?
in what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
What happened?
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping it.
Hello, Patrick. We're
Of course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days.
There.
She's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an 8. Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what?
I'm curious what most people do the first time through. Like, I feel like we are supposed to be somewhat sympathetic
Well, we will
to
be going
them.
live
I
to
mean,
that groundbreaking ceremony.
don't think I'm on either
Meanwhile,
faction
I
side,
think the memorial gardens.
but yeah,
I've had a sneak peek.
I am super curious what those broadcasts are saying.
Fabulous job.
But this feels like the right first playthrough to do. I don't
We can
know.
now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park. Patrick.
Don't think
Thank
that.
you, Megan.
Wait,
I'm Patrick Bannon.
Who are you?
And we are indeed live here. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly. For goodness sake, make sure you make it look
bro, I don't get paid enough for this.
You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
I still don't know if I'm gonna play the tape or
And
not.
it seems like the ceremony is getting underway. Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends.
500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably. Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of
Number
just
2 is
62, of course, announced
so
by
funny.
the King on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television. First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard, bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late night chat show PT, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, he once told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase.
They didn't say how he died, did they?
It speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us his mistakes alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had for the people.
Is it? I feel like I'm just not moving. It's like so captivated. But test. I think it is lagging. That's weird. Or not lagging, but it's behind. So maybe it was lagging. What if I just reset? Still a little bit behind. When in doubt, turn it off and on again. Starting to remember why I wanted a second computer. It's like, oh, this is all working fine. Why did I think I needed a second computer? And then everything started breaking again. Are we okay? Looks synced up pretty well. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. But yeah, I'm also so focused on the game, I'm like not able to move or talk.
People of these united territories.
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
PT.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man to be.
I didn't know he was gonna punch someone.
But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years ago, moments before I was supposed to give a speech. Not unlike this one, actually. Only I'd spilled coffee all down myself, and I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, Pet, you've either pissed your keks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them.
Probably cut back to her on occasion.
That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind, compassionate, sensitive, a brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man. This
is only 1985.
so beautiful and new.
I don't think I knew this game took place in the 80s.
Bet it more in our favor next time. Things are about to get started. We have another chance to control the impression the public gets. You'll know when, Alex.
What?
The future he forged, the boundaries he
I
put.
missed something. What? It's just on the camera too
Man in
long?
his pants, cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference.
Why does it keep dropping?
It is my great
Okay,
honor
we didn't lose that many.
to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Shall we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Oh! Jeez, that scared me.
Now, Alex, control the message.
Safety, come with us.
I'm not leaving, I can't. You two. Don't panic. Help me. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay.
What are you doing?
I'm not resisting. You'll stop.
Mum, we have to stay by your side.
I am the Prime Minister, and if I give you an order, you will damn well follow it. Do you understand?
It's the right to be
Do you
here.
understand?
I said turn the fucking camera off. Who the fuck are you?
Stay with me. Help me. Stay with me. We've got you. I've got you. I've got you.
This is chaos.
No. Stay with me. I need help now. Please, stay with me. Please. We're going to request authorization. Centipedes are requested.
You are guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people. Justice demands a response.
Haven't you done enough? Look around you. This is what your precious freedom looks like, is it? Hold the fire! God, no.
Take to the streets, the time has come! Stop fires! Break windows, draw them out! They can't stop us all!
Oh, okay.
Operation secure.
Get away at the right time there.
Now! Centipedes authorization was granted. None. It was unnecessary. Can't you see?
Turn that off, Luca. I said, please turn that off.
Shocking scenes from the capital there, exclusively on the National Nightly
Oh, I
News.
really want to do the orange ones. We're sticking to the plan though.
This evening's events upsetting, but at the National Nightly News we believe in bringing you the raw, unedited truth as it happens, and we make no apologies for that. We'll update you on the latest from this Disrupt attack later in the programme, but when we come back, it's time for happier pursuits, and you know what that means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Wait, was that the first break or the second?
I don't know what else to say. We need your help. I'm begging you.
This is becoming a weekly event.
No, it's different tonight. This is the big one.
Great. So there's a revolution happening outside.
Was that the first break?
Fucking park.
I don't remember.
It's journalism, apparently. That's the next sequence.
See, I thought we did pretty good. I know we had a couple mistakes. I thought we'd at least get a B. Well, something happening. Why is this such a long break?
What's that? Only last week, Disrupt terrorists burned farms across the territories. They destroyed food meant for your table.
Moment of truth. Do we play the tape or not?
Alex, During this next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist, and try and keep it on the ear for at least 5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
Prepared and
I don't know
absolutely free.
if I'm on board with all this shadow operative.
Universal menu centers.
I don't know.
Thrive on empty
This is
stomachs.
so
We are going in 5,
stressful.
4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly
sorry.
News with me, Megan Wolf. Very shortly,
Not start
we're
on camera
heading
one.
to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, the notice board. But before we
The
do,
notice
let's chat
board.
to Raiden, tell me, why do you think the public love the notice board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know,
So
people look at us
it's not the symbol,
and they
right?
say those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good for people to see normal, authentic people like them on TV.
Wrong button. Meant to go the wide shot.
Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So, the notice board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top.
Wait, does the
What
end?
makes it so successful?
No,
combination
I've loved the notice board.
My hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, you really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey, hey, hey. You're welcome. What's this?
We've just heard. Our man's on camera 4.
I have a real sense of responsibility now. You know, a sense I've been entrusted with something precious.
I'm not gonna
and
show
I
it.
should use that platform for good.
We're committing.
I think that's really important. That we
This
should use
playthrough.
platform to do good in the world. I agree.
He hasn't given me a reason to trust him.
I've decided to help as many underprivileged as
You blew that one, Alex. You there. See if you can get a message to...
Better access to education, or reducing child poverty.
No, by adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay.
Guy was just some
you
like
adopted?
crazy extreme.
Double figures now, Megan.
I don't
stopped
know.
counting in the late
I feel like there's a lot of ulterior motives here
Children. Yeah, once
from
we
everyone.
come into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Northerns, I presume so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shocking to think actually that only 1 in 10,000 children have a celebrity parent.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water, so actually if anyone wants to, I'd happily trade.
Now that I can relate to. Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Raiden sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough for me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the notice board.
Dangly Parts. Is that the town? Did not pick up on that earlier.
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this
What is
notice.
happening on camera
I
too?
don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do. Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura, it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course, keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
Wait, I don't think that was the sound I
It's
made.
a disgrace. Somebody has
You might as well try and get the go code out, Alex. Some of the cells know the location. We need 3 boos for the next 3 sound effects. 3 boos in a row. Please. Lives depend on it.
I'm sorry.
Looks heavy.
Not doing it.
Don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
You missed it.
Didn't miss it. I did it intentionally.
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifix classes were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to use it.
Oh, you're fucking us, Alex.
Looks like all those lifting classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me, a strong and capable
Why won't you help us? We're outnumbered. We're outgunned. What's wrong with you?
Bro, I'm just doing my job.
Best firefighter in town. Hi!
Well done, Captain Evans. You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferret struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God!
Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature, but really it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fete. Or my name's not Captain Danger Evans. The community cohesion team are doing their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout!
Do we get a musical number?
It's the morning of the village fete.
Okay.
Thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
Mrs. Craven!
There's the motorcycle display team setting up for a show that would be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
It's a coconut shy.
I'm running the tombola. Then I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
That damn ferret has struck again.
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent, I have no idea how to solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fete.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had No more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Case the missing donut jelly.
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
That is very true.
We're all doing well.
Okay, sorry. That was my fault. I pulled out the mic. Trying to readjust. Been sitting down for a long time. Hey, Pele. Having a good nap? Okay, looks like there is sound coming back. Oh, man. I really kind of wanted to see what happened with the other faction now. It's like, should I have listened to him?
That was it, the final ever episode
Really curious
of
what
the
happens
Notice Board,
here
and
as
what
well.
a way to end it.
So,
Thank you as always to Jeff,
see
Philippa and Tommy.
where things go.
After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning, so don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow!
I didn't play them.
What a brilliant run, eh?
Alex, this is important. Tonight is our one chance. Please, please play our ad.
I've got 4 kinds of sausage. Hey, you!
Barking up the wrong tree
Coming to
here.
the after party? Oh,
Well, things are going pretty well for us. Sales are through the roof. So we thought what better way to celebrate than to go back to where it all
position to be put
started.
in.
Unnecessary collections
B.
and companion magazines.
Join today and you could receive a private education, an unbearable sense of entitlement, and your own middle initials. And if you call now, you'll...
Are we safe?
Hi, I'm Maddie. Jenny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
Did she? That's my shade, is it?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
This is my shade.
Uh-oh.
You can run back to Jenny now.
Oh, I thought
Sorry
someone
about
was
that,
gonna
Sarah.
like attack
Nothing
her.
you can tell me. At all, like at all.
They said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears.
Ugh.
Going in 5, 4.
Turning into a bit of a diva.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Hello?
More music.
Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by weeds.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John.
Oh, dearest John.
There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our Dr. David Wong, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
Worse, oh John, we're having a baby.
How can this be?
Oh, woe is me.
Why has this happened to me? I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of
Safety in our tiny flat. We built a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked. We're having a baby. Now you can't have any wine at book club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree.
And forget about that holiday in territory 3.
They're walking really close to the line. They're pulling it off.
A good night's sleep again. No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out to the pub. Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian chums?
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day at home,
The parasite won't leave you alone.
how he's grown!
We're our top priority.
I look after you, and you look after me. Ain't no trouble and strife, we got a childless life. No one wails and no one woes. No one draws things on the walls.
A happy husband,
A wonderful wife, we got a childless life. We're having a baby. We're having a baby. Changing nappies daily. We're having a baby. No more weekends by the coast. Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days.
we're having a baby.
Food and drink thrown everywhere. Death trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays to have childless days.
We're having a baby.
No more slides and no more
We're having a baby.
18 years on bills and leaves. Time for a whole new phase.
We're having a baby.
One more thing before the show begins. Have you considered that you might be having twins?
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us to their opening number from Elegy for a Childless Life,
believe
which
how many
is currently
songs
the hottest
they
ticket in the
did for
Capital
this.
Theatre District. And we'll be touring the territories later this year.
So difficult.
Right then, come on you got, come on down, let's go, don't be shy. Hello. Hi Megan. Hi. It's an honour to be here. Oh really, are you fans of the show? Yeah, it used to be. Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
With matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me, I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boren Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my
People
goodness,
love
guys!
this musical, apparently.
begin with J.
Why is viewership so high?
Notice that.
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times, maybe?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew.
bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples, you know, in real life as well as in the show.
Well, not exactly.
I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Oh, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack. Jen, Janet.
Oh no.
Jill, Jen. Janet, Jill.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing.
And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh, God, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Why would the dressing room
Of
have
course,
the
when I first
characters?
wrote it,
What?
we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Mimbley Village Hall.
I actually don't know how
when
that
I
works.
registered it with the
I assume
Department of
it's there,
Culture, it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19.
There's 6 more minutes of this.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing.
This piece isn't.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
It's about children. And why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem. Terrible
I don't work for him.
Having children.
He doesn't tell me what to do.
Megan.
I'm a free
You clearly
person.
agree.
This isn't about me.
Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit.
assume there's
but
some
eagle-eyed
secret
couples
message if
watch
you
as the
listen
little
to it.
parasites advance on
Like
their
just
lives,
the
and there's no time to play the
parts that
guitar,
aren't
get through a
orange.
book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted,
Find
passed
out
out
at
on
some
the couch
point.
by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
We're very chatty tonight, dear.
Oh, why this guy
Usually
thinks he can
I'm
tell
the
me what to
chatty
do.
one, because
You're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer. Oh, well said, John. Thanks, Janet. Got you back.
So could you just tell us what is the play about? What
guy
happens
just
in it?
Well,
starts talking
it's
to
a
me with a
tragedy,
walkie-talkie.
obviously.
Never interacted
Jennifer,
before.
myself, and John have
Giving
their
me all
child,
these
and then the story
weird
charts
instructions.
the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair. Becoming a target for children's TV advertising at the age of 22, she decides to take drastic action. I can't really say more, though. I probably said too much already.
Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might come to see it.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are a blessing. Well, I've done the research, and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place, so...
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come.
Patrick's not looking too good.
And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific
Got a
events.
cat on the
Patrick,
move.
are you okay?
Oh no, just readjusting.
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack which I myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I hope you'll forgive me if I seem that
Really
it's
wanna
time
hear
to speak with
this.
the Prime Minister. Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave, not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human.
Yes, no accolades here. Or Palisades? Or lemonade? Right. So, is the situation now? Are we safe?
Yes. The security services
don't have,
performed
like,
their
a
duties without
backup reporter or
hesitation.
something?
And I would like to assure the public that although there have been some
I feel
injuries,
like they need to get to
there
the
were no
hospital.
civilian deaths here this evening.
Oh, that's good news about the Sorry, did you say no deaths?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement, who were, as always, so cohesive.
That doesn't
If I
seem
may,
good.
I have a message for your viewers.
Of course, the camera. There's the speak there on the camera
There's
there.
sirens.
Stay
I
at
guess
home
supposed to be
tonight.
outside our window here.
Do not become another
After the
casualty of
broadcast.
war. Disrupt have had
Hi,
their
Artie.
moment, but as the dear departed Peter Clements once famously said, it ends today.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength. Back to the studio. Megan, now in the studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon,
That went well.
bravely reporting from the front line of tonight's horrifying bombing. Maybe you need to get checked out, Patrick.
Cats meowing at me.
Well,
There's
that brings
sirens
us to
going
the
off.
end of tonight's National Night News.
Jeez,
But
now there's
before we go,
interference.
one final thought. Throughout the programme tonight, we've been receiving reports of disrupt activities throughout the territories. Through a series of coordinated attacks, these terrorists are attempting to undermine Advance's vital work. However, sources at team headquarters have told us that this placid revolution was not only predicted, but allowed to happen. Our government have lured Disrupt out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military have been actioned, and, well, it's pretty scary out there tonight, so stay at home and stay with Channel 1, because the team has assured this programme that the turbulence will soon be over, and we can once again focus our minds on building a nation with equality, fairness, and resources for all.
Don't feel
My name's
safe
Megan
here.
Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
God, I think I threw up a bit in my mouth just then. Surprised that there's any room in there with all the lights.
No, where's what?
What?
Commercial. We didn't play it this way.
Let's silence the monster. Open the door, Alex.
Thought I played the take-backs. Oh no. I guess that was the building they were in. I disagree. Did have a few more mistakes there. What happened with the cats? I feel like too many things happening. Artie was sitting there. Stuff started happening on the screen out over Pele. Sitting there. Okay. Got our full wages. Holiday time. We're in the green for money for the first time. PC stocks on the rise. Man, wish we could have got RS stocks. Feel like no matter what I do, they just keep going to the moon. Okay, they're still on the rise. Still in good standing in their job. I feel like this has to be close to the end, right? I was hoping we could wrap up before I have to go feed the cats, but might have to take a break after the next broadcast to do that, unfortunately. Still want to finish tonight, though. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. Just going based off playtime. So we're getting... I think we're at or past the 7-hour point, which seems like about about how long some playthroughs were? Day 913, an important review. You arrive at work a little early despite a stressful journey in. You still aren't quite sure of everything that happened. Though if the swarm of CCOs all over the building is anything to go by, this isn't a Channel 1 matter. It's confirmed when you're informed you need to speak to Bozeman immediately and are escorted to his office. You sit nervously outside, waiting for your boss. A few minutes later, the boss man arrives, disheveled with a stern-looking CCO in tow. Ah yes, Winston. Good. This is Specialist Abels. She'll be observing this interview. Please come inside and take a seat. The ready-faced man bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. A few times you've been here before, it was immaculate, with everything in its proper place. Not so today. It must be serious for Bozeman to be this flustered. Dude, the cats are up and they are noisy. I don't know if you can hear them meowing, but they are not gonna be very patient when it comes to dinner, it seems. So Alex, do you know why you're here today? Bozeman's eyes are sharp, and his gaze is fixed on your face from across the desk. Abels is standing behind you, out of sight, but definitely not out of mind. I assume to do with what? I'll say the one that actually makes sense. Not really, no. I wasn't involved with anything that happened yesterday. What happened last night was nothing short of the culmination of a heinous and outrageous campaign of terror that Disrupt has been reaping on this nation and its territories. Bozeman shoots a glance behind you to your left, where your COO observer is standing. And it is, of course, our duty to root out this rot, wherever we find it, to prevent anything like last night happening ever again. We've been asked by Advance to perform interviews with all staff members involved, and we'll be submitting a personal review of your performance during both the incident in question and throughout your time here. This can only end well. Bozeman retrieves a thick file from a drawer and lets it thud heavily onto the desk. The next 2 minutes of silence seem to pass agonizingly slow as he methodically reads page after page. Eventually he stops, only to stare at you while cleaning his glasses, his face unreadable. According to this, you were instrumental as a tool for the terrorist organization Disrupt to undertake not only their various crimes, but a systematic spread of misinformation and violence. Do you have anything to say for yourself? You sit in stunned silence, the hard glares of the CCO and your boss unwavering and impressive. Only joking, Bozeman chuckles, and neither you nor Specialist Abels join him. Turning to her, he continues, Alex is one of our best and brightest, the greatest asset to the team. They'd never be involved with such shenanigans. He gives you a wink. I think we're done here. You can carry on with today, Alex. We'll call if we need anything else. Smile and wave, you'll shoot from the door. I thought for a second we were being set up. I was like, oh no. Because we definitely have not been helping. They got me there. Oh jeez, another 200, 300 days? Jeez, we're going into year 4 almost. Wow. A banquet for some. Okay. Then yeah, we'll see how far we can get. Yeah, I'd be sad if we have to end like one mission before the end, but I really don't know when it ends or if different storylines have different ending points, so we'll just keep going until we have to stop. It's your anniversary, and this year you've got a plan. A week away could be just what the doctor ordered for you and Sam, but it won't be cheap. It'd be more than you normally spend, but Sam's worth every penny. I feel like Sam's been our anchor, and we did miss an anniversary. So, granted that was 3 years ago, but still, current wealth can afford coffee. That's relatable. Love when I can afford coffee. Sam still hasn't forgotten that missed anniversary, but you've not made that mistake again in the 3 years since. Hey, but exactly what I said. Damn, Bozeman. With the trip booked, you even took today off so you could go all out and cook a nice meal from scratch. Fancy. Sam's gonna love it. They should be here any minute. Even you and Chris seem to be on the same page for the first time in years. Maybe it's been long enough for them to forgive you, or perhaps they decided they were unfair to ask you, but either way, you're grateful for the newfound peace. They even helped you clean up the house today, so when Sam gets back from work, it'll be pristine. Okay. Yeah, I am getting hungry, so I do want dinner. But if it feels like we're close to the end, I may just wrap up and try to get the video up by tomorrow morning, hopefully, on YouTube. Here, keys in the lock, and put the final touches in place. As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed to the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex, what's all this? Oh my god, did you clean? And what's that smell? They give you a quick kiss as they step past you into the kitchen, where the banquet is laid out, candles lit, with Chris and Charlie standing quietly, grinning. Oh my god, Alex. Happy anniversary, Sam. Happy anniversary, comes the chorus from your two cheerleaders, as Sam turns to you, smiling and with tears in their eyes. Alex, it's perfect. Sam rushes over and kisses you softly, only breaking off when you get a less than subtle cough from Charlie. So I got officially accepted into the Community Cohesion Management Program, Charlie blurts out. And that's our cue. Come on, Charlie, it's time for us to go. Have fun, you two. Chris, thank you. Sincerely. You're welcome. Now, I should go get our own dinner. You can grill Charlie when he's back. Tomorrow. As in, not tonight. See ya. With a wink, they finish ushering Charlie out of the house. You pull Sam's chair for them. Why, thank you, Sam says, taking a seat and grinning at you. So Charlie's been busy. They shake their head as you take your own seat opposite them. Tomorrow. For now, you really didn't have to do all this, Alex. I know. I wanted to. I love you, Sam. I love you too. They breathe. They breathe, admiring the panoply of food you've prepared for them. That's a new one for me. Now where on earth do I begin? They laugh as you pour the first glass of champagne of the evening. You're very lucky to have such a wonderful family. Who could ask for more? Well... What? Like, how far in the future are we going? I don't even know how... So what, 5 years? Around 5 years? I'm not gonna do the math, but... Okay, sorry. I hope that wasn't unplugged for too long. I don't know what unplugged at that time. I feel like I didn't even move. I Guess you're right. I just hate putting this burden on you. Sam pulls back and looks at you. But I'll find something. I promise. We're a team. They laugh. God, I can't believe I just said that. I sound like a bloody advanced advert. You chuckle. We are, though. We'll get through this together. Back to broke-ass poor. But, hey. At least we are together. You flick Bulletman on, finally finishing the film after years of build-up. It's a typical Hollywood blockbuster, not best sold on its writing, but enjoyable nonetheless. Later that night, long after Sam's fallen asleep while cocooned in the duvet, you find yourself wide awake thinking about money. How long will your savings actually last? This game is just casually like, here's 30 seconds of narrative, let's just jump forward a whole nother year. No big deal. I guess we made the money work if we're here in the future without anything notable happening. I assume this would end after like 3 or 4 years, I don't know. I did not expect us to be 2,000 days, 3 years since the uprising.
Hello, Alex. I've checked the schedule for tonight. Nothing major to report. Certainly isn't anything you can't handle. Still, at least my daughter's in for Advance's new initiative. That should liven things up a bit here. Keep up the good work.
Expectedly large family. At 9:15, it's what music is best.
We don't have a heater anymore?
The top-selling songs across the territories. Expect
catchy
tunes and scenes of an
the building's gone, right?
Not one to miss.
I mean, I'm not surprised they did basically blow it up, but I feel like there was a building here.
Extracts from her diary in front of a warm fire. Then at 10:30,
Oh,
it's the
more
latest
government
episode of our
propaganda.
series, Betterment, which tells the
Don't have many options these days.
and the brave doctors and technicians.
And this is Jenny. She's the floor manager.
Hi, Stacey.
That's Colin. He, do you know what, just don't talk to Colin.
We're getting involved in
Still haven't really used this button, have we?
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
How did it all go so right? That's followed by the
Atta girl.
10 seconds,
Okay,
everybody.
I think we're ready. I feel like I'm in a good rhythm now.
So much. Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
A new anchor.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN.
air.
I'm Megan Wolf. And
always blue.
who's this, you might
that
be
was red.
wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight
Oh,
by
it's her
my
daughter.
foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then. Here are the stories that matter to
no,
you.
still
First
need
up,
the censoring.
with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to
super
blame
curious
for the
about
drop
this.
in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Sonia in Larkfordshire. I've had plenty of time to fill, so I've started a new hobby. Since I started knitting, I barely remember that 85% of the country is sterile.
What?
My record is this scarf. It's 124
Wait, why is 85%
meters
of the
long.
country sterile?
Thank you for that. And if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know
Cats.
how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences. And I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things our viewers spot or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Greg from Proddington has sent us this lovely photo of their breakfast, saying, I couldn't bring myself to eat my toast this morning because I could swear it bore the spitting image of the great Julia Salisbury's relatable face. So I had to make do with a plate of butter and 2 spoonfuls of jam. Do keep those coming in. Go on, have a go. We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out, okay?
Apparently, this is from Sherry in Tendon. Here I am, just 6 months out of Betterment. I'm healthy, sober and working thanks to the facilities I had access to on the inside. I'll never have to go back to my old life of stealing cars and burning down charity shops. I just wanted to share.
What?
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey.
No, you're right, thanks.
Come on, give it a try.
New animation again. Stacey is a mood.
Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
Right, bit of a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the S effect buttons for the next segment, but Advance have already selected when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
Not the biggest fan of Advance.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's
It's been like 6 years. We seriously haven't been able to fix
right here in the
this
capital.
frequency modulator thing.
I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay. Surprising vote of approval there from Stacey.
What?
Let's go live to that right now.
Guess I started muting it too early.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards. Of all the many duties I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant.
We're gonna see this all the way through. We'll keep
As I so
doing
often
what
say
they want
to
us
you,
to do.
The uneven past is now, following the demise of Disrupt, firmly behind us. This is the new future. And I say to you, it's better now. I am delighted to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Tatchbadger. So, Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie? Is he all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh, could you turn it on?
He says it drains the battery.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
What's the point of having... Okay.
Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that, yeah.
If you
Is
would.
it 12? There's still
Sorry,
12 minutes
can't
left
get
in
the
this segment.
staff.
Wow.
Yeah. We got it.
So, Alfie. What? You're 107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Oh, where is everybody?
Cats.
Out there,
Shut up.
in the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
I love this story. Who are you then?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, you're
a woman?
Yeah, a woman. One of
Women
them.
can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you piss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
Didn't have to censor
I
that.
don't think so. 2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Oh, are you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that, so...
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me mum and pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own to entertain
I like Alfie.
out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But it weren't a dog. They told me it were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yeah. So I called it Patch, which was a popular name for a dog back then on account of the king having a patchy face. And I decided to introduce him to pretty little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times, divorced 8. There was a
I really enjoy watching these two. Fine.
Yes, I'm just lucky.
Yeah.
Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here, the weekly Territory 1 Team Awards. First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Hamble-Bamblebury, and she has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1. In the uneven parts, she'd have been locked up. Tonight, she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Snister.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Doctor, I mean, 2 sugars, and don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Oh. Well,
there he goes, look.
I can't get the arms up any higher than that. You'll have to go down now.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actors said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Well done. Daphne Snister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Don't hold back there. She's tougher than one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it. I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oh, what about my change? I've been in these wide fronts for 3 days now.
We'll get to that, Alfie.
Oh, right you are, love.
Next up tonight is a couple from Farnley who, after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in their local area for all the local children to play.
Oh, petting zoo.
Please welcome Otho and Lobelia, Jackson Randy-Gannett.
That is... Wait, are these the 2 that were like streaking? Oh, wrong camera.
You know, when I was
disaster.
in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson.
Recover,
he
recover.
was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
I can't tell if these are the same 2, actually.
Probably for the best.
And his best mate was Smudger Hayes. There was them 2. Fiddly Eric, Unstable Terry, and of course, Leggy Sydney.
I feel like 2's definitely the best TV.
But she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us has ever seen close up. She's dead now.
Almost missed
They
that.
all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddly got shanked in Frankworth prison in an argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home. Sydney got a fatal skin condition. Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Thanks, Alfie. Great contribution. So, Otho and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
After we lost all our wealth, we discovered there were actually people who had never even owned a pony.
I used to have 3.
So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won.
Yes, but before we do, there's something I wanted to say to you.
Oh, absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
When
Fearless
advanced
Sexfield
power,
Baggins.
you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have the rest of it too.
Security!
I'm guessing it's the
Go,
same
not
trick.
again. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Bennies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
Padge better. And you are? Oh, no.
Got to go.
Oh.
It isn't right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Only you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses, Fenton, DeFeffel and Hunwell. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up!
Can you get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop. Oh, here we go again. Hello, Alfie Tadge Badger. Pleased to meet you.
Stop them!
Oh, don't worry, love. I'll protect you. Oh.
You better break what he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was
So
in the
hard to keep
trenches
track of.
And we go to the promenade at Shining on Sea and watch.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was not paying attention to names in the beginning, so some of those early scenes did not
Penny
remember
Arcade
names.
and try to win a block of lard
Wait,
to
what
take
just
home
happened?
for the family. You couldn't buy lard
That's a
in
little
those
excessive.
days. You had to win it. Oh, it was so much simpler back then. Boys were boys,
gosh.
girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circuses. There were loads of them, you see, circuses, with their big tents and their candy floss. You'd hear the music, the pipe organ, drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. Did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus, oh, never mind. Yeah, just the tea, Pet.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past.
So glad
That's why
that
I
happened.
look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation.
Sorry. 1 second. I'm really sorry, I have to keep pausing. Okay. One of the wires was loose.
So
It was-
cohesive, such a
What?
team.
What'd I do?
And with fertility falling throughout the territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight
Please be
is a
someone we also know.
go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 disrupt collaborators in his own neighbourhood. Since then, he's gone on to be a senior cohesion cadet leader and organised all of the entertainment at last year's Camp Cooperation. Our final winner tonight, Edwin Netherley.
Oh, Alfie Tadge Badger.
You should be in a transition centre, you old non... The Prime Minister. It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much
I
of
don't
a
think I
role
would get
model.
along with
Nonsense, Prime
this
Minister.
guy.
You have saved this country. You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic, with an iron fist. As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
A year's internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, betterment is about
It's a long segment.
Edwin.
Absolutely.
My focus
and if
is
they don't reintegrate,
completely fading.
just like you did under Gratian.
It's like not even that much to manage.
Thank you for this award. And
40 more
David,
seconds.
report the non-cohesives. Be a team player.
That concludes tonight's awards. Join me next week when, hopefully, things will be a lot more normal. Back to you,
Hope
Megan.
not. This is great television.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful team awards ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's winners, Stacey?
The nurse was fucking scary, the preteens were saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Okay. Succinctly put
Base
there,
Stacey.
but profane. After the break, we'll be going live to a star-studded premiere. You won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
It's only the first break,
Oh,
right?
Alex, one other... What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work, Petunia, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theodore. I'm so sorry, darling.
Them reach for the bleep button every time you do. Do you think we
I'll
could
speak to you later.
Alex and Winston can
Oh, Alex. Completely forgot what I was going to say. Blasted all. Still, I'm lucky to have her.
Things spiraling out of control into some kind of tragic-comic disaster.
Yeah, that. It's just like having him back in the chair.
Do you reckon he's watching us somewhere? Laughing.
Guard our bodies. They will never damage our will
Are
or
you
break
receiving
our
a-
mutual
Are you
bonds.
fucking with him?
Birth rates
So she
may be
can
challenging, but happiness is everywhere. Satisfaction radiates
Got a
from
minute
every
break.
metric. We are producing
Fresh.
more and faster
Regroup.
than ever before.
Refocus.
We have more time
It's a B,
to
not bad.
focus on our inner lives, for leisure,
For a few
for
mistakes.
art. We have less stress, and we are healthier than ever. Our new future is secure. We are strong
Automated.
together, as a community,
Interesting.
a team, safe from the divisive despots beyond.
Let's bring your daughter to work today. What a joke.
Where is our honoured guest?
I don't know, she's probably sniffing around that boy band hot spot.
Heat rash. Hotspot when it was.
Rash.
Heat rash.
I didn't even notice the billboard out
Right here,
here.
computer comes up with them. This one's
Advancements
too.
by Julius.
Ah, there she is, and
Salisbury.
just in time too. That's 10 seconds, everybody.
What have you been up to?
And what's it to you?
And we are going in 5, 4,
All right.
3.
Welcome back. Stacey's still here.
Wishing she wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the world premiere of The Automated, starring Lawrence Blunderclatch and the late, great Helena Canterbury Boatshoe. And all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years
Blunderclatch
ago,
still
back
going
when it was
strong.
called The Medicated.
5 years later.
Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition and premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
I can't deconstruct it.
Captain?
I can't deconstruct it. Robots!
Is this a wig?
You think I don't grow that?
No, Dick, I'll kill you. Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison! I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby. If only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, Dick, you said?
Got one on you.
God damn it, lost it all!
Here's a map.
What's a map? Okay, so head north on Interstellar
Saved.
Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a tricky 3-point turn at Uranus. What are these symbols? This corner, this is the key.
We could shut it down.
Yes, we can shut it down! But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
It's a long trailer.
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
The robots were alright, I guess.
They certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe has got the
thrilling
star
review.
of the show. Robin.
Right, you, shall we?
Yes, we are live from Western Square with a man who needs no introduction, Florence Blunderclatch. How has your evening been so far?
Magical. Absolutely magical. My most dear friends all gathered here to celebrate my work. One really couldn't ask for much more. Good one.
Well, on that note, with award season just around the corner, are you hoping to add to your collection for a third time?
Well, I really couldn't say. But if the association deigned to honour me for a fourth time, so be it. It's really not for me to say. But let's just say that I know of 3 little gold
really
men who are
odd.
getting rather lonely.
Absolutely.
Really long segments.
Because I've won 3.
Like
3 little awards.
I don't know.
And each more
Feels
deserved
like very
than the
low,
last. Well, it's safe to say that your career has gone supersonic in the last couple of years. How's that
Compared
been?
to some of the other stuff
Well, as I
that's
was
been
saying to
happening.
Stephen only yesterday, that's Stephen Spellman. The Stephen Spellman. Lovely chap. Never mind. I said, Stephen, you know, this really has been quite the ride. Did you know what he said? He agreed with me.
Wow. And what do you attribute your success to?
Well, if we're talking actual numbers, I'd have to say 60% talent, 30% looks, and 10% passion.
Let's be really precise.
Not to mention the incredible coverage on election night. That really was the start of it all. That and my own range of sick bags. Lawrence's Chundercatch.
Wow. Who could forget?
Okay.
Well, it's been a delight talking to you, as always. Thank you so much. Well, Patrick Bannon should be with Lil C for a conversation that doesn't involve vomit. Patrick!
Thank you, Robin. Let's hope not. I'm actually joined here by...
Billy Bob Jean Short, and surely you recognize my youngest, pop sensation, Lil D. Her Lil C covers album drops next week.
Actually, we weren't
Just
expecting
realized
Lil
who
C.
that's
Is
supposed to be.
She's around. She's not been feeling very well. She's put me in charge.
Has she?
Well, the courts have. They gave me stewardship over her estate, her finances, and her internal soul. Praise Craglar!
Praise Craglar. Wow. But is she coming just because we've got some questions for her?
Well, she might be along later, but as our legal and spiritual guardian, I'll be happy to answer all any questions on her behalf.
And Lil D, was it? Well, you look great.
Oh, thank you. You know what? I feel great.
Well, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Little C and you could be too.
Really?
Little C's new line launches tonight. This is one of my favourite
Little C
looks.
also
It's
still
called...
doing well.
Oh,
How about that?
Unique name.
Hard to spell though.
But of course, Lil C is basically fashion royalty now with a veritable clothing empire to her name.
Wow.
Yeah, well, the label's gone from strength to strength since our initial TV launch on this very show, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So really, we have all you to thank for all this.
We did this.
You know, this hat cost
We
more
did
than
it
my
all.
second jet. Feel that, feel that.
Yes, it's a nice hat.
Person.
And Forbes magazine has named me the youngest self-made success story ever.
And do you have any advice for anyone wanting to follow in your footsteps?
Absolutely. All you need to
I was
succeed
trying.
on your own is your family's
really hard to
financial
actually
backing
get it.
and pre-existing fame. It's not rocket science, people.
Close as they want it to be right now.
But in sadder news, am I right that Lil C is going to be retiring from music?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm sure you can imagine. At 25, she's far too old for pop music now. She can't keep up with these young stars. So, her best of album is out now, and she's touring that later this year. And then her farewell tour the year after that. And That's her last chance to see her. So, until the reunion tour and then the classic tour after that. But it's been a long and varied career, as you can imagine. She's very, very proud of herself.
Oh, and if her health's bad, then
Right?
it's the best.
What's wrong with her health?
Patrick Bannon.
Yes, her health.
No, don't worry about it.
Her poor health. And it's surprisingly expensive treatments. Curse you, Zaytan! Damn your intergalactic justice!
Oh, yeah. Well, we better be letting you get back. Those babies aren't going to sell themselves, or possibly at all. Billy Bob, Lil C, D, thank you so much for joining me, and do pass our best wishes to Lil C.
Who? Oh!
Now, it looks like Robin is with a music legend who actually is irreplaceable. Is that who I think it is, Robin?
It absolutely is, Patrick. Jesus, how are you?
Yeah, you know, I'm good. I'm great. No thanks to you, silencing me, silencing the truth.
Are you referring to your attempt to incite violence against the democratically elected leaders of this country on live TV?
Yeah, exactly. And instead of being held a visionary, my management and agent, they all dropped me.
Oh, no.
You're still here.
You can't break me when you
doing
didn't
that
make
bad.
me, you understand? See, I'm the voice, I'm the hope. You can lock me up, call the doctors, but only the moon can judge me.
So, what have you been up to since your team cut ties with you?
You know, keep building, keep moving. I'm actually working on a track right now. Written, recorded, directed, all by myself.
Can we hear a bit of it?
What now?
I know I'd love to hear it, and I'm sure the people at home would love to as well.
Yeah, sure, of course. Give me the mic. Yo. The news tried to shut my mouth, but it won't be long until they go south. Cause my name's Big J and you can't stop me. See, no censorship can stop me. Yeah, see, that's all I've got at the moment.
Did you just rhyme me with me?
No! Daddy promised this wouldn't happen again. You're supposed to clap and say, well done, Julian, well done.
Well done, Julian.
Thank you. Now, ask me a polite question, and I'll walk away nicely.
Is it true that you're heir to a hotel chain?
What? Where did you hear that?
And that you're very much alive parent
La, la,
and
la,
currently
la,
on the
la,
run
la,
for
la,
massive
la, la, la,
financial
la, la,
hoarding.
la.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you trying to censor me?
He's having a rough go of things.
Oh, Jesus there, who really does seem to be going from strength to something. There are just so many stars here tonight, Megan. It really is the who's who of
Got him.
whatever here. I'm going to see if I can grab a moment with someone rather special. I hope you're not too jealous, Megan. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. But I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them? Maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Oh, go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
No, you're right, I don't like your opinions. But thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick, what's the atmosphere like there?
She's
It's
just waving
absolutely
no.
buzzing here, Megan. The anticipation is killing us. But a little birdie's told us that any moment now, we should get a glimpse of someone incredibly popular with our viewers. A favourite destination for many of the fans. Yes, the Mayor of Bumley will be arriving literally any second now. No sign of him yet, but as you can tell, the atmosphere here really is
No, Stacey,
something
come back.
else. Patrick Bannon, NNN, what's it been like since Bumley got so popular?
Well, it's been wonderful. The tourism numbers have exploded thanks to the marketing campaign. Investors have ploughed millions into the town. We've got more Bumleyan jobs. It's brought more Bumleyan homes.
We're all very grateful. Of course, it's not all bums and roses. It's almost impossible to get a good look at the whole these days. The crowds are unbelievable. Who can blame them? It's a bloody marvellous whole.
And how have you found public service?
Well, to be frank with you, it's been the greatest honour of my life to serve the
selling
town
it
that I
pretty
love
well.
so. From the banks of the graceful Taint to the quiet elegance of the vomit-soaked car park outside the 24-hour petrol station. It's been a privilege, a pleasure, a gift, and I can't thank the mayor enough for all he's done.
Let's talk to the mayor now. Excuse me, sir. Can you tell us a bit of what it's like to be elected to such a prestigious office?
Doggo mayor.
And do you have any words for your legions of fans out there?
Need to see the puppy.
But blistering honesty from the Right Honourable Peanut T. Fortescue there. And his PA.
A proclamation! Quickly, fetch a policy bag. Yes, sir. We'll get it ratified at once.
Well, there you have it, Megan. What an honour to literally see local
Doggo
government at work
mayor.
there. I'm still in shock. Back to
Yeah,
you at the
right.
studio.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an
She liked that
amazing
big old
night. They
bathroom.
certainly know how
Bumbliest
to make
of
an entrance.
times, achievement unlocked.
And the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all
This
over
is so
it, because
weird.
despite Boris
There's, like-
Horsey in Hours magazine
Like the
calling
first
it
like 5
Lawrence
broadcasts are
Blunderclatch's
just
overly
throwing
long
new mechanics
suicide
and
note
things at us.
in a review which
We're
ends
fighting
with the
off
words, and he
violent
hasn't even had the decency to see it
teddy
through.
bears.
The film, which is
No, it's
free
just
to
kinda
all residents of
chill.
the territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run
One
for
more
months
interview?
and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, have you seen it?
Wait, little early on
Actually,
transition.
earlier
Sorry.
on, I saw
Wait,
a
is
double
this
rainbow,
the
and
CEO
now I'm thinking it might
became
have
a
been
religious
ominous,
leader?
Because you'll never guess who just stepped out of a gold Flardmobile.
is.
It's only High Flood Mistress herself, Sophia Remington.
Okay, next time we're not picking the Flard.
And
I
blessed
have
be
to
these
know what
amazing
happens.
vestments. They're made by Jacques Paradis, you know. We got him to do the whole clergy.
Cannot believe the Flard
Just
actually
women
turned
in
into
the
a
world. And you
religion.
chose to give it all up to the church. The First United Church of Flard. That's right, our church.
What brought on such a miraculous conversion, if you don't mind my asking?
Well, when you look at it, we owe our entire lives to Flards. From the day when one of the ancient Remington ancestors made the very first Flard, out of leather, hope, and 2 of his own teeth, our past and our future has always been Flard. Blessed be the path to the one true Flard.
I must confess, I'm a little surprised to see you out at the movies.
Well, who says religion has to be stuffy? It's right there in the tenets. Tenet 3, be versatile like the humble Flard. Tenet 8, suit yourself to every need like the plucky Flard. Well, tonight our need was to see the new movie that everyone's talking about and spread the love of
Minute and a half.
Crikey, that sounds like the sort of religion I might enjoy.
Come and join us, Robin Short. Abandon your autocue. Say sayonara to your script. Come and live on our compound. You're cute. You can be one of our wives if you want.
You have multiple wives.
Sorry, what?
And husbands. Tenet 2, be flexible like the bendy Flard. Tenet 9, be seductive like the flirty Flard.
Crikey, I think that might be a few too many partners for me.
Tenet 13, be at least 6 to a pack like the competitively priced Flard.
Thank you, that's inspirational, I think.
Tenet 6, be
can't.
dazzling like the shiny Flard. Tenet 16, be thought-provoking like Schrodinger's Flard.
Thank you so much, High Flard Mistress.
Tenet 10, be incessant like the durable Flard.
I think the film's about
So
to
many
start.
Flards.
Oh, well in that case, Tenet 15, be punctual like the double wrap Flard with home delivery option.
How is there only like 50 hours of video in this game? I feel like we've seen
High Flard Mistress Sophia
so much of it,
Remington
and I know
there,
there are
concluding
multiple
what
parts.
has been a star-studded red carpet event for this long-awaited movie. I'm off to see it now, and then I think I might join what could be a sex cult. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Robin. Lucky you, and enjoy the movie. The Automated opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, eh, Stacey?
Who cares? No one
I
goes
have
to
to
the cinema
watch
these days.
these other
Of
cams
course.
someday.
We'll be back after these messages. I still go to the cinema. You should get yourself a video
Oh
recorder.
my goodness,
Like the one at the
these are
home.
so long.
Yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it? You're right.
Guess we're not gonna finish by 6.
Uneven is chatting and chewing all the way.
Didn't even get the next
What about
broadcast
kiss and cuddle
done.
on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore? In
This
public.
last segment isn't
What's
another
wrong?
20 minutes.
Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better? All right, you are. We've got to get set up for heat rash.
Did we get our grade
Ron's on
already?
something.
I wasn't paying
There he
attention.
is. It was on his
Felt like
rider.
that was a
Apparently
B.
it's medicinal.
B
Ronnie's
minus.
always high. Give him orange juice.
My God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
And just like that, you wish she wouldn't.
Okay. E. What even went wrong? Yeah. Glad you were able to join. Sorry we weren't able to finish.
don't
I will
worry,
try to
it's still
finish it.
It's what now?
Go ahead, pause. Maybe I'll take a break and feed the cats. I did not expect this broadcast to be this long. But yeah, hope you have a good rest of your evening. Thanks for hanging out. Really enjoyed it. But yeah, I'll let you know if we do finish and how much longer is left so you can plan. I'll try to get on YouTube, but the Twitch VOD will be there if you are ready to watch it and it's not up yet. But yeah, hope you have a good night. But yeah, I'm gonna very quickly jump off for a second and take care of some cats, maybe start to figure out dinner, and I'll be back to finish up this broadcast and hopefully the rest of the game. But yeah. Bye, Ghost. Alright, we're back. Well, I'm back. Let us get right back into it. Okay.
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello, hi.
This is her. This is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie. Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room. Whatever. Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room? No. No what? No. Thank you.
Okay. And sit up straight. You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
No co.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Bring in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan.
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny.
Stop.
Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's so co-pretty.
I was only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Mum.
Gross. And you must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
It stands for team player.
I see. How long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Prodance was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No co, Ronnie.
Yeah, no co, Ronnie.
No. Sorry, what does no-co mean?
It's the opposite of SoCo.
Ah.
Fuck's sake. So-co.
Yeah.
So cohesive. You preties say cool.
Right, okay. Thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So, you guys met through a popular show on one of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, Team Players with a Z.
So, how did that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates and...
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on Team Players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And, yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
Okay.
It's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it.
So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually, I write the songs.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah?
Mum.
What?
No-co. Pretty. So no-co.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
What? What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
What, you mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
But, sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board, no?
I thought you were SoCo.
Yeah, I am SoCo.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's a pretty, Mum?
I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future.
Oh.
We call you preties.
Uneven.
Mimis. Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
Is that so?
Yes, obviously.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent, no-co pricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
SoCo, Stacey. SoCo.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give me a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, let's get on these stools, lads.
Right.
So, Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you are.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart. Are you excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore. Pop music is...
Ah, yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently, these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh? Keep the shot on whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
I saw you standing by the man you sent with a brand new pair of Lakers, baby, do you remember? You took the first of the pieces of my heart. You wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka instead. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces of my heart. I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington Smith. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I don't want you to pay. You make me crazier than Neil today. Liberation night, girl, I was sitting beside you. We sat there shaking all the way through incisors. We held each other as things fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote our personal stories. You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know that life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them there, the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times you have cried. As my old man used to say, blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. Make me crazier than Neil today. And now I'm dealership car. There's your picture beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart and leave them in the uneven parts. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than neon. Crazier than neon. Crazier than neon today.
Fantastic, thank you, Flash. That was actually really good. Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight, and I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now I have no idea what she's going to say, so fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room just in case. Take it away, Stacey.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore. But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so... Anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected, 6 years ago, I was 9 and in a home. Not a family home like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad. Drugs and alcohol were everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of... Some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff, okay? Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. We had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time talking and working with the bullies. And you know what? A second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. My life, got better. Because finally, there was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the importance of being in a team. So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer, but what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of your own who love you. And I'll never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Wow, thank you, Stacey, for that. My name's Megan Wolf. Let's keep making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Yes, that was more than all right.
Nicely done. I think you might have actually given them something to think about.
So I guess you're going to be taking me back to the home now then?
I was thinking we could go out somewhere and, I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options, if that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
Thank you.
So they're always there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
She's growing on me.
Yeah, she does that.
Thank you. Yeah, the mic got disconnected. I think we're back now. All right, we pulled off a C. Not bad, not bad. Pretty average overall. That was a long one. C overall. Okay. That E really hurt us. I don't know when we've lost so much viewership. It's always our edit. Alright. Got all of our wages. No change in shares, unfortunately. Disrupt and advance, both on the rise. Still like us in our job. Good to hear. Let's see how far forward we jump this time. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, didn't know the sound effects don't affect the audience. I kind of assumed they did. The actors might remember. That's fascinating. You can just boo people and they'll remember that. Gonna have a lot of fun playing this. Just doing the most ridiculous stuff I can. Alright, another 100 or so days pass, and up it's come. You once again find yourself sitting inside Bozeman's office. Everything is pristine and orderly, just how the studious man like it. Though it's rare for him to be late, the door opens behind you just as you start to imagine the reasons why. Ah, Alex, thank you for waiting. It's been almost 6 years since you started working with us, Alex. A lot has happened in that time. From the unfortunate incident with Mr. Donaldson to the disrupted attack on this very building. He pauses to look at you. I think the full game came out... I was a little slow on picking it up, actually, but I think it's only been 2 or 3 weeks. I know I saw some playthroughs, but I think some bigger streamers got early access to it, so I think the full campaign got its full release about 2 weeks ago, would be my guess at this point. But this is the first chance I've had to play it, so yeah, I'm excited. I think we're pretty close to the end. Yeah, I remember seeing it a few years ago. It seemed so fascinating. I wasn't sure how ambitious the full game was going to be, but it is a lot bigger than I expected, to be honest. But yeah, still really good length for like a full stream playthrough, I think. But yeah, seems like there's a lot of fun stuff to do, and definitely worth going back and playing, doing a few different kind of playthroughs and checking out. So yeah, it's definitely turned out really well. I'm glad to see a very original game like this is able to kind of pull off this type of project. keep going. And the work you've done in that time has been exceptional, not to mention your dedication and enthusiasm around the office. So I'm delighted to inform you that you've been approved for promotion. As of today, you will now be a senior broadcast engineer. Bozeman is beaming at you. Thank you. Of course, in addition to the pay rise, the role comes with additional responsibilities, and you have to work longer hours going forward. But you'll now be the primary engineer for weeknights, and in time we may even put you in charge of engineering more shows for Channel 1. You have a bright future ahead of you, Alex. Congratulations. He proffers a hand to shake, and you take it. Now, get back to work, said with a smile. You're pretty sure he's joking, but it is Bozeman after all. So you think him and head back to your studio. You might be able to start working on other shows. What could the future hold? It still amazes me that they just jump like a year ahead. Day 2303, a foregone conclusion. Christmas! Yay! It's late. It's been snowing all day, and unlike everybody else, you've stayed inside as much as possible, keeping warm. Normally you enjoy the snow, but today it's been nothing more than irritant. Still, tomorrow you've got the day off and might actually be able to enjoy it. Sam always gets excited when they see the snow. When they were younger, they'd always wrap the kids up and take them out to play in it. It's been a while since that's happened, though. Something about the warm fire and dark nights always make you feel nostalgic this time of year. The sound of the front door opening startles you out of your thoughts. Hey, I'm back, Sam calls before coming to find you in the living room. Oh, the fire's going. It's lovely and cozy in here. They come and sit by you, leaning their head on your shoulder. Welcome home. How was your day? Sam sighs. Oh, you know, the usual. Spent the morning volunteering at the menu center, making myself useful. I picked up the position while unemployed and had kept it going. Then, in the afternoon, I went to see some friends from the old job. They're thinking of moving again, so we're looking at new places. What about you? Yeah, I'm good. Glad I've not got to work in that weather. Well, tomorrow let's make a day of it. Go for a walk. Maybe I'll even drag you up to the top of the hill with a sled and we can race like the old days. I don't know. We're getting a bit old. You start to object, but Sam cuts you off. Oh, you're only saying that because you know I'll win. They give you a wink and a kiss before getting up and going to the kitchen, calling back over their shoulder. Loser pays for the cocoa. You're very lucky to have Sam. Only jumping forward about a month this time. Time for reflection. It's been over 13 years since your dad died. You visited his grave a few times since then. Normally during times of stress, or when you're trying to figure something out, or when you want some peace and quiet. Today is no different. You feel Sam's hand on your shoulder, giving you a reassuring squeeze. You're grateful that they're still here with you. Just having them by your side always seems to make things easier. The call of a raven catches your attention as it flies away. Charlie was only 8 when his grandfather died. He didn't really appreciate how big the loss was at the time. But as he got older, you did your best to pass on what your dad taught you. But now he's all grown up. He's actually starting to teach you, which is strange, but in the nicest way. You're proud of the man he's now become. Susie. Poor Susie. What you wouldn't give to have her back, even just to argue with you. She just wanted to explore the world. So curious, so full of life. Till Liberation Night, everything changed then. So many lives destroyed. Your relationship with Chris has always been a bit up and down, but of late you seem to actually be getting along. Makes a nice change and certainly made life easier with Sam. But that's family, you've got to take the good with the bad. She may be in an albeit expensive care home now, but it's still comforting to know that your mother is around, even if she barely recognizes you anymore. Her presence is always reassuring. You could do with that now. You turn away and wander in the direction of the car. You can't control life, what happens, who lives, and who dies. All you can do is keep going and see what gets thrown at you next. What is life, if not a series of little decisions that define us? And we'll never know which ones would take us one way and which would bring us here. Fast forward. Do we get another broadcast? Man, got trolled by the loading screen. It's like, oh, loading screens can be skipped. That sounds nice. I wonder how that works. Nope, just have to invent a time machine. This must be a broadcast. Taking the finale. Okay, I guess this is the end. 7 years since the election.
Evening, Alex.
About a minute.
I know lately what we've been putting out has been little more than government-prescribed drivel. But I'd like you to pay particular attention during tonight's show. It's important. It's also worth noting we're still having problems with the equipment. Lock buttons, screens flickering on and off, sparks and the like. I'm sure you'll manage without issue. Oh, and don't forget, you've got free reign of the SFX buttons now, so make sure you use them to keep things lively.
At 11 p.m, it's Lil C's Lil Chats. And tonight, the former singer is asking Dr. Adrian...
Not many choices for ads these days.
...since the cancellation of Incisors.
What have you got, mate?
Apparently, it's mainly jigsaws and arson.
No, come on, seriously. Not even a cake.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, no worries.
How old are you then, Cole?
Okay, here we go. Big smile.
I've actually gained a year. I celebrated 44 last year, but it's actually this year. It's brilliant.
You're 44. I'm going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening and welcome
Spice it up with some audience responses, Alex.
I'm Megan, and I'm joined, as always, by the inimitable Robin and Patrick. How are we?
Well, we have got so much going on tonight. I'm excited.
I'd say I'm about a 12, Megan.
On the excitement scale?
Yeah, exactly. We have got so much SoCo stuff coming up.
We sure do. We have celebrity chef Jordan Rankley, who will be cooking up a storm.
We'll be announcing the winners of our big competition, Visions of the Future.
And we'll be joined by a very special guest for a game of Wheel of Truth. And I'll even be showing you how to make your own Leaders' Day gifts. We've got all of that and so much more tonight on The Nightly Show.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
Come on, we have some fun. An orange broadcast. Apparently, they're not completely gone. It's the finale, so I assume something big is going to happen.
Right, let's have some applause on the way into the next section.
Cases by Chef Jordan Rankley. But first, we know you
Probably
love
a
them,
little early.
so Robin's going to give us an update on our lovely Nightly Show pets in Pet Corner.
Splendid, that's the ticket.
Well, Megan, first up we have our hamster, Lord Cheeks. Now, he's a squat winter grey with the scientific name Adipem stultus, and he lives here with us in this cage. Hamsters love hoarding,
show has
and they
changed
actually
a
have special
lot in
pouches
the
in their cheeks for storing
10
food. He
Fine.
loves carrots, apples,
they're so picky.
and chewing tobacco. Now, hamsters are nocturnal, so we'll do our best not to wake him up. But let's just see if we can... Oh. Well, the
gone?
door has been left open. It looks as though Lord Cheeks has actually gone for a little wander, but I'm sure he will be around here
Great.
somewhere. In the meantime, let's say hello to our tortoise. Now, after last month's viewer vote, she is now, of course, called Slow Barbara. And don't panic, even though it is December, Babs here doesn't actually hibernate. Let's say hello. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh,
Yes, that's
Babs.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh. Those are our Nightly Show pets, Megan, both alive and well.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Don't forget the SFX buttons.
We'll check in on them, or some very similar animals at the same time tomorrow. Now then, I hope you're hungry, because if not, you're about to be. Patrick Bannon is with Chef Jordan Rankley, and they're going to be showing us how to knock up a delicious apple pie. It's time to go into the kitchen.
Into the kitchen.
That's right, and I'm joined here by Chef Jordan Rankley. Welcome
Jordan
to the Nightly Show
Rankley.
kitchen. How does it compare to the kitchens you're used to?
I love the colours. It's vibrant. It's fresh. It's shame about all the arseholes. Yes?
Sorry?
What?
So, you own 6 restaurants, you've been awarded 9 Ballon Massifs across your career, and you've worked alongside the best chefs in the world. Tonight you've got me. Oh, are you worried?
Am I fucking worried? Are you worried? Are you fucking worried?
Yes. So, what are we making today, Chef?
So, we've got a family
We
over
need
for
more
New
of
Year's
the
Day.
chef.
They're hungry.
Why
We're
was
gonna make them
this
a delicious
not a
apple pie.
regular segment before?
It's got sweetness, it's got the acidity of the fruit, and then you get the richness of that pastry. Incredible.
Wow, okay, so where do we start?
So we've got to start by making our filling. So we've got about 1 kilogram of fresh cooking apples here. Fucking beautiful. And we're going to slice these up perfectly.
Oops.
And then straight into the pan.
Not go to camera 3.
So, your new show, Demon Kitchen Heart Eater, starts on Friday here on Channel 1. So,
Wonder if I get to
tell
manage
us about
that show.
that.
So, teams of young chefs come into my kitchen, and one by one I destroy them emotionally. And if there's time, I teach them some basic knife skills. Fuck me, Patrick. What are you doing?
What?
Shit. Is that how you cut? Fuck, you'll lose a fucking finger.
Oh, don't worry, I've got spares. Right, so once we've done that, we set these aside whilst we make the pastry. Yeah?
Yep. Bowl. Yeah? Okay. Sugar, butter.
It's
We
making me
mix
so
that together,
hungry.
and then a whole egg.
Okay.
I need to go pick up some apples.
What are you doing, you fucking donkey? Are your brains the size of that fucking egg?
Oh, no, Chef.
No. Shit. Right. Mix that with a wooden spoon and work in
Going to
that
the grocery
flour.
store with going
Okay?
outside is
Work that
such
into
a
a nice ball of
pain.
dough, just like that.
So, what does the
Never
notoriously
seen someone
fierce
mix like that.
Jordan Rankley do to unwind?
Shit,
Just want to leave it on her the whole time.
What is that?
Well, it's a bit lumpy.
Lumpy? It could fucking pass for a sack of spuds. Touch that. Touch it. Yeah? Pathetic. That goes into chill. Now, we're mixing our filling.
Okay.
Apples, sugar,
yes,
cinnamon.
So,
Like, this is why they don't normally have the host.
well, you own 6
do the
restaurants across 5 territories. Which is your favourite?
Are you mixing that or fucking it?
What?
Are you going to light a candle? Take it out to dinner?
This would
Fucking
totally
mix it for
be me.
fuck's sake. Right, now we're rolling out 2/3 of our pastry. Bit of flour into the dish.
And the filling goes next,
Okay,
right?
we're doing this too.
Right. Lovely. Then we're taking the remaining pastry, rolling that into a round, and that goes on the top. Beautiful.
Lovely. Okay.
Right. Wash a bit of water.
Cannot
rim.
multitask
Yeah.
this well.
Now press gently all the way around. And we're cutting 5 slashes very carefully for the steam. And then brushing the whole thing with a beaten egg.
Too bad.
Lovely. Okay.
Oh.
Ta-da! What do you think?
Oh my god. You, come here, you. That's a disgrace. I'd rather jam my eyeballs up my fucking arse than look at that. I'd rather use my tongue to tie my shoes after a fucking shit-kicking contest, do you understand?
Then it goes in the oven for 45 minutes.
Oh, put your fucking head in the oven while you're at it. Useless.
At least I wasn't have to do frequency while censoring
you.
and changing cameras.
You're the worst fucking thing to happen to food since cyanide.
My
Do you
brain
know
would
that?
just shut down.
I tell you what,
Fuck off! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck off!
Yes, okay, well, while I do that, let's
Nobody
go
left us,
now
so we're
to
okay.
Megan and Robin, who will be announcing the winners of our competition, Visions of the Future.
A bit more audience reaction would be nice, Alex.
I forgot. We
Well,
could do that.
looks delicious. If you want to follow along at home, then make sure you write in with a stamped, addressed envelope and we'll send you the fact sheet. So, Robin, look at all these amazing entries to the Vision of the Future competition.
Yes, we challenged you to show us your predictions of the future, and we were just inundated with entries, weren't we, Megan? From wacky inventions to global problem solving, they are all amazing, and we had the best time looking through each one.
It was so tough narrowing it all down, so we have some amazing runners-up. In third place, drum roll please, we have Hamish, who's 3 from Lunwelly. He calls this still life and the future of God, and it really blew us away. Just look at the line work here, and I can really feel every
Camera one
passionate
was broken.
stroke of the brush.
Couldn't zoom in.
If you look here, you'll see a beautifully rendered, what I thought at first was a smiley face or perhaps a cat. But I think if you really look, you'll see it's actually a representation of the seeming futility of death through the eyes of the living.
These are such a just leave a lot of it behind me. So I think it's really interesting. If you know Hamish and his work, of course he loves focusing on the negative space rather than the image itself.
Stunning, absolutely stunning, and such talent from one so young, Megan. But next up we have our second place entry. So in second, drum roll please, we have Keith, 41 from Dungleys. Yeah, Keith, we were sort of aiming this towards our younger viewers, but still, he has sent in his idea of the future, which he's calling Ravaged Earth.
Pretty impressive.
He said in his really rather detailed notes, deprived of basic resources, society will resort to a brutal system of weekly battles to the death where only the victor may breed. He also says it's Bolton here, either that or about the same, but maybe a bit worse.
I really love his attention to detail. You can see the sort of gladiatorial arena, and then what I can only assume is Keith himself pulling off this chap's head and shouting, "Come back to me, Linda!" Oh, Keith, maybe if you spent more time outdoors and less time entering children's competitions, she might not have left.
Special one there. And finally, of course, it's time to reveal our winner. All our runners-up will receive a day out at an inflatable Happy Land on an industrial estate just off the A40. Sorry about that, Keith. But our lucky winner will win the chance to spend the day at the Department of Change to see how our teammates are actually making the new future a reality every day. And the winner is,
Sorry.
drum roll please.
I like zoned out there.
Oh, you were that. You're 8 years old and you are from Smugly. We absolutely love your picture here. People's Parade. You've got folks walking together, just really celebrating the diversity of our society.
You've got people with all different flags, people celebrating their religion and their bodies, and there's even a game of sports board happening over here. That or some overzealous littering.
Yay, more
it's hard to
sports
tell.
board.
I love these robots having a little bit of a dance, getting involved in the party. Oh no, this one seems to have gone a bit haywire in what I can only assume is an ominous sign of things to come.
Well, if our winners have inspired you to make some artwork of your own, do keep sending them in, and yours could be displayed in our gallery here.
Well done again to everyone who took part. We're going to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll be playing the Wheel of Truth and making some lovely homemade gifts. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Right, what I can tell is
Start to
your
play
face
first
is getting a bit worse for wear,
Oh,
Alex.
this
Your
broadcast
kid
is so
will be
loud.
deteriorating a bit more in this next segment, so be careful. I can't stress enough how important it is that we keep the show going tonight.
Got it.
I'm on the bus. Not tonight. I'll get cars arranged for you both. Find me when you're done and I'll take you out through the loading bay.
See.
Let's see what's going on in Badland.
By a massive 9% fertility rate here in Territory 2, who saw an unbelievable
More birds.
191 births today.
Let's go.
Though a nasty cold snap brings bitter winds overnight, so not all sunshine and
Okay,
rainbows.
segment grade B. Not bad, not bad.
No rainbows in sight over Territories 3 and 4, as a Category 2 storm warning means we advise our residents to spend their Leaders' Weekend indoors. Though we're sure the happy parents of the 12 new children in Territory 3 will be thanking their lucky stars for an excuse to stay home. Though, of course, nothing to do with stars, more of a hot air, cold air thing. Next, this front of warm smiles heads across Territory 5, who are still under a blanket of snow. Surely there'll be celebratory snowmen there
hitting
tonight,
my limit.
as they
Gotta
also hit an
focus for
impressive
2 more
fertility
segments.
peak of 23 new arrivals. And finally, an honourable mention to our team members of T7.
Grandmother. Oh, he's writing with our other guest at the moment.
I just wouldn't say grandma.
Grandmother?
Yes, grandmother's arsehole. That's much better.
Oh, okay, everyone, if I could have your attention, please. Sarah just needs a word.
Apparently there's been some sort of disturbance near the studio. Now, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, but I wanted to let you know that I've asked for extra security and they're already on their way.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, 10 seconds, so positions and pose.
Okay, this time you've said
We're
it.
sticking with our
We're going in 5,
Pro
4,
Advanced playthrough.
3.
That's what we decided we were going to do for this one, but we are going to do another one.
We can't wait to taste Patrick's
Chill,
pie.
just came back,
think
bro.
I could wait. Well, here it is, fresh out the oven.
Well, it does look amazing. Jordan, how did our Patrick do?
Well, let's just say that pie's got more crust than my grandmother's arsehole.
Well, thank you for that. Well, come on, try it. Dig in.
Yeah. Okay. Whew.
No shot.
Oh my god. Oh lord.
Oh, that's really something, Patrick. That's delicious.
But now you better go and get ready for that next feature.
Every night we play a game of Wheel of Truth with our celebrity guests. But I know what you're thinking. Megan, we've only got one celeb guest. Well observed, viewers, well observed. Well then, I better bring her out. Should I? The surprise guest? What do you think? Here she is, best-selling author, lawyer and thinker. I mean, she's only the bloomin' team leader. It's Julia Salisbury!
Prime Minister Julia Salisbury.
Oh, welcome, Julia! Darling. Oh, so good to see you.
Oh, Megan, you look incredible.
Oh, stop it. I was just about to say the same thing. Now, don't get too comfortable. It's time to head over to Robin and Patrick as we play Wheel of Truth. That's right, it's that part of the show where we pit our celebs against each other to see if we can break them.
That's right, Robin. They're going to spin the wheel to pick a round, and it could be anything from box of flies to slap my face. They really have no idea what's in store.
So, up first, we have Jordan. Let's give it a spin.
There's no way this could go wrong.
Okay, let's see what you've landed on. Okay, it's fact or fib. Jordan, is it true that you've been known to order takeaway for a dinner party and pass it off as your own cooking?
It's one fucking time. One time. Well, I think if that pie was anything to go by, you did them a favour.
Not so fast there, Julia. Fact or fib? We've heard you've got a very interesting way of saving time during the laundry.
Oh my God!
Go on, why don't you tell us about it?
You absolute no, I can't. Okay, so don't judge me, okay? What I do is oh God, I'm going to lose my job over this.
Oh, we're all friends here, come on.
Oh, okay. So I only have one bra, okay? And so one day a week I wash it. And on that day, I can't wear it.
No! Honestly, raise my taxes. We're clearly not paying you enough.
Come to my dressing room after the show. We'll sort you out.
Are you blushing, Patrick? Is all this talk of bras embarrassing you?
I'm not blushing. All right, come on then, you, Julia. Spin the bloody wheel.
Let's do it.
Zoom ins on this camera are
Here we go.
hilarious.
It's
Guess that face. I'm going to show you a picture and you simply have to guess that face. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Julia.
Not keeping up on the cameras.
Who's that?
Oh my god!
Is that you?
Yes! Look, it was a very difficult time fashion-wise.
That hairdo is fucking hilarious.
No, don't. I think it's sweet.
The mullet is as popular now as it's ever been.
Oh, well, don't get too ahead of yourself there. Jordan. Who? Is this? Does that look familiar at all?
Oh, wow! Well, I'm glad I was getting fashion advice from someone who managed to make 7 look like 85.
Shit, hell. Where did you find that monstrosity? I'm like aborting the fucking play.
Right. We've got to move on.
Okay,
Jordan,
got this.
let's have another spin.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. It's my go time. You go. Go on. Sorry, I'm so keen. Let's go so much. Well, you're in for a treat. Yeah. It's fat or fish. Okay.
That
If
sounds
you look
fire.
under the podiums, you will find a lovely fish smoothie. Now, I'm going to ask you both a question, and all you have to do is
Factor
answer
fish
it
has some
honestly,
potential.
or else you'll have to drink the smoothie. Okay. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
Here we go. Which of your esteemed hosts is the more talented one? Oh, what a cop out! How is it? How is it?
Fucking neutral.
We made it extra fishy.
I need my fucking mouth. Do you know how much these taste buds are worth?
Well, we've got time for one more quick spin, so go, Julia, go!
This is such a weird finale. That is gross. I don't do gross foods.
Here we go, my goodness. Okay, so, Julia, take a look in that box under your desk there. I think Lord Cheeks is trying to get in on the game. Oh, bless him. Julia, what have you got in that box? It's not cheese, is it? It's not cheese.
Juggling balls? What am I supposed to do with these?
Well, give it a go for us.
But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Come on. Do it. She's doing it. She's fucking doing it. Wow. That was so impressive. I have to say, unexpected. Well, gosh, that was our game of Wheel of Truth, and my God, wasn't that
She
fun?
is not impressed.
It really was, wasn't it? But now it's time to head over to Megan in Crafty Corner.
Are you taking the piss now?
That's right, you join me in Crafty Corner, but today I'm going to be ably assisted by Julia. Come on
I got
over
locked
here.
out of the camera. I couldn't change
I
it.
don't know how you're keeping your
Beyond
dinner down.
me.
I can still smell that fish.
Well, to be honest, I've had worse. I used to eat at Peter Clement's house.
Oh, well, I hope you've got your artsy hat on because today we're going to be making something very close to my heart. It's our little studio. Look at that. Isn't it adorable? All of us there on the sofa.
Wow. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, is that all you in there?
Yeah, it is. If we can just get a little zoom in, there we are. Oh, I don't know about you, Julia, but I always leave my holiday shopping to the last minute.
Oh, every year. I do it every year.
Well, luckily these make amazing gifts. Should we get cracking?
Yes.
The laugh tracks are
We're going
so
to
good.
start with a shoe box here. And Julia, that's it. Grab those scissors. I just want you to get rid of this front panel here.
Perfect. Will do.
Are you big celebrators in your house, Julia?
Oh, yes. No, in my house we show our love through food, like big dinners, loads of drink.
Absolutely right. That's the best bit about any holiday. It's all that food.
This bit as well.
Absolutely right. Cutting along the line there. Do be careful with the scissors at home. Make sure you're being supervised
It's a bit
if you
tough.
are a child. There we go. Fabulous.
There we
Okay, so it's going to look a little something like this, and I've got one here I made earlier. We painted it with a bit of poster paint, white to match our lovely curtains here in the studio, but you can obviously have whichever backdrop you like.
Like a nice shiny gold number.
Well, exactly right. So we're going to make bits of our set now to put in the studio, perhaps a little desk. So I'm just going to grab this piece of card. I've just got it from a little cereal box packet. I think I'll give you this one, Julia. Shall I?
Thank you
There
so
you go.
much.
And all you need to do is cut along the
Lovely.
lines there. Fabulous. So what's the best part of any Leaders' Day dinner, do you reckon?
I don't even have to think about it. Really? I love the 3 potato pie.
3 potato pie? I don't know that one.
You know, with the chips covered in the mash or wrapped up in a jacket potato. Is that just me that does that?
I don't know, but that sounds starchy. Well done, Julia. So now she's folding over a little bit there. What it's going to look like at the end is this little rectangular shape there. And we're going to pop it in the middle. Bit of sticky tape on the back there so it sticks down. Now we need a sofa. That's what we need next. We're going to make that out of a lovely paper cup. Knocking it all over.
I got one though, Megan.
Good, fantastic. You're just going to cut along the
Lovely.
line here, down the middle. Exactly right. Then when you've done that, around the bottom and again around the top. Well done. When you're done,
there we go.
It's going to look a little something like this. And look what I've done there. I've stuck some felt down. Nice and comfortable sofas.
Yes, can't have our tiny Megan having an uncomfortable sofa, can
Well,
we?
absolutely not.
She'll be on the phone to her tiny agent and getting someone tiny fired.
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing missing, isn't there, Julia? What is that?
A higher calibre of guests.
Nearly. It's people. So all we've done to make our little people is we've stuck a cocktail stick into a bottle cap. We just need a face for that now. I've got a good one here. I know it well. It's me.
Lovely.
I'm going to stick it down there. A little bit of sticky tape. Oh, my felt's going everywhere. There we go. Oh, I'm a bit lonely. Let's take Robin and Patrick over. Sitting down on the couch over there.
There you go. And, well, I'll make myself just comfortable just there. Yeah, there we go.
And these, of course, are all
Lovely.
made and cut out of our favourite newspapers or magazines, so you can have any guests you like. Julia, is there anyone else you'd like in the studio?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going to be playing Wheel of Truth with Ronnie from Heat Rash.
Nice.
Yes. Yes, he's going to be teaching me choreography, and I'll be teaching him foreign policy.
And of course, you can decorate them however you want. Perhaps you're a bit, I don't know, nostalgic for the old look of our studio. We've got the blue studio down there. Or even a bit of retro red. I've got Sheila Quickstep being interviewed
Notice
there by...
board.
Oh, sorry, that's not supposed to be...
Oh, well, we're out of time, I'm afraid, Megan. It's time for a break. When we come back, I'll be on the couch of chat talking to some of you, and I just cannot wait. We'll be back after these messages.
Right, it's coming up soon, Alex. You'll know it when you see it. Whatever happens, keep the show going.
At least one of us
Bro,
is in
what is
control.
going to happen? Alright, something
Remember.
big better happen.
Me.
That pie. Another C, come on.
Who could best show off my emerging womanly curves? After much pacing and, I confess, a few tears, I settled on the zip-back, boxy pleated skater skirt in dark blue with white sweetheart blouse and the necklace Harry had given me.
Everything seems okay
when we'd met in
outside.
the woods and I'd allowed him to frolic in my glades.
It's an honest account of my childhood.
Might be the
because
final
in the near
segment.
Future,
So we're not concerned.
Double
there's no
it
need
in.
for secrets.
There was just so much injustice.
Threat, Mum. Public opinion was never truly with them, even at their peak.
Don't worry, I'll deal with it. Sarah, we've had a couple of the crew mention seeing suspicious activity in the loading bay. Men in balaclavas or some such.
I'll check it out.
I'll come with you.
Thanks for letting me know.
Just make sure we're not all about to get blown up, eh?
I think that's unlikely.
I'll go make sure everything's ready.
Well, I hope when I take over as the new regular host, things become a little less chaotic.
Sorry, what's that?
Oh yes, didn't Bozeman tell you I'll be here every night?
No, I missed that meeting. I was at an appointment.
Oh, well, don't worry. It's not like you're being fired or anything. You'll be culture correspondent or some such. You'll be fine. don't be upset. It's nothing personal. Just good for the ratings, apparently.
Of course, Prime Minister.
10 seconds.
Jenny? I'm on it.
Interesting.
Okay, we are going in 5,
Got
4,
upended.
3.
Welcome back to the Nightly Show, where I'm joined once again on the couch of chat by Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, who's agreed to answer some questions from the public.
They're always my toughest critics, Megan.
Indeed they are. So, first up tonight is a question from one of our elderly viewers, and she's on the line right now. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. What's your name and where do you live?
I'm Florence from Stainsborough.
Hi, Florence. Thank you for calling. You're on with Prime Minister Julia Salisbury.
Do you have a question, Florence?
Yes, I do have a question.
Okay, would you like to ask that question now?
Oh, yes. Right you are, dear. Prime Minister,
Live TV.
work on your hands. How does your skin manage to keep that healthy glow?
Oh, bless you. What a lovely question.
What a fake
well,
question.
I suppose with my line of work, there's not a lot of time for a skincare regime, as I believe they call it. So I guess I've just got my mother and father to thank. I suppose I've just got lucky genes.
Lucky jeans? Oh, that's what my Clint calls the denims he was wearing when we first... Well, you know.
Yep, thank you for that question, Florence.
Your Clint sounds like a right one.
Oh, he is. He'll be 44 years married this June, but he still finds the energy twice a week to give me a...
Thank you, Florence. Thank you.
I wish I could say the same at her age.
Everyone needs a Clint, eh, Prime Minister?
Or a Clara, perhaps. Megan?
Let's go to our next questioner tonight. He's calling from right here in the capital. Hi, caller, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you, Megan. Just about. It's not a good line.
Well, I think we all know that voice. Good evening, Mr. Donaldson.
Do you have a question for the Prime Minister, caller?
Several, actually.
Well, maybe it would be better if we tried to get a better line. I could have the station call you back.
Don't worry. I've got a much better idea.
What's going on?
It might be what you call a surprise guest. Our second of the evening. Please welcome Jeremy Donaldson.
Jeremy Donaldson!
Live television, can I say?
What? He's still alive? I don't think he's actually
criminal.
alive.
What's that CCO, for God's sake?
Don't worry, Prime Minister, I'm not harmed.
Sarah?
She's not here at the moment, Prime Minister. Well, let her
What?
know
What
she
a twist.
returns. If we can find the keys to the studio doors, that is. Apparently, they've been locked and no one knows where they are.
That's uncharacteristically careless of you, Jenny. You know there's only one way in and out of this studio. A peculiarity of these old buildings.
I'm sure they'll turn up.
We'll have you all arrested for this, you know.
Come, Prime Minister, what are you so afraid of? Surely a woman of your stature can withstand a few questions.
For the viewers at home.
Very well. I can't say I'm impressed with this irresponsible stunt, but believe it or not, I used to have a lot of respect for you, Mr. Donaldson.
Please don't attempt to flatter me, Prime Minister.
I'm not. It's true. I've watched you sink your journalistic teeth into the great and powerful. So, out of respect for the man you once were, I'll dance your strange little tango. But I warn you, Mr. Donaldson, you better be nimble on your feet, because you'll only have one chance to tango with me.
Well, let's put on our dancing shoes then, shall we?
Let's go.
I'd like to ask you about sterility first, Prime Minister.
Yes, a terrible situation.
Caused in no small part by the actions of your government.
Well, we can't control the weather systems that unfortunately
Unfortunately spread the fallout from your bombs in an even layer across the territories.
That's what our scientists say, yes.
Stillbirths at an all-time high, along with babies being born with terminal birth defects, babies that your regime somewhat callously refer to as unviables.
It's just a word, Mr. Donaldson. No need for conspiracy theories.
If you say so. How many unviables have been born since Liberation Night, Prime Minister?
Too many. Way too many. I mean, obviously I don't have the exact figures.
Oh, I believe we do, Prime Minister. Yes, there have in fact been 2,581,280 unviable births since Liberation Night, according to official government figures.
So, 14 million deaths on Liberation Night, and then another 2.5 million infant mortalities Assume you actually managed to count them all, which, given the limits of bureaucracy, seems extremely unlikely.
I'm sorry, is there a question?
You made a decision one November evening 5 years ago, and as a result of that decision, 16.5 million people are dead. Prime Minister, do you have any regrets at all?
Of course I do, Mr. Donaldson. I regret every grieving family, every life destroyed. I came into politics to help people.
You came into politics to help. In that case, Prime Minister, where did it all go so horribly wrong?
Well, Mr. Donaldson, Miss Wolfe, I suppose this is where we all have to put on our grown-up trousers, isn't it?
Please do not patronise our audience, Prime Minister.
Oh, why not? That's how they like to be treated. They want a government to keep them safe, happy, equal and free. That's our job, you see, to make a perfect circle out of that impossible square. And if we can do just that one impossible thing, then they don't ask a lot of questions. They're not like you two. They don't want to see how the magic trick's done. They just want to gasp at the miraculous effect.
So it's the public's fault?
So it's no one's fault. It's just the way things are. You asked me where it all went wrong, but the ugly truth is it never did. I weighed the advantages of action and inaction, and I acted. And without making these tough choices, we would not be where we are today. I believe any decent leader would have done the same.
Any decent leader?
You've forgotten how things were before the new future. The homelessness, the despair, the billions abandoned to a life of miserable poverty. That's a form of death too. It's just much, much slower and infinitely more pernicious.
Any decent leader?
Yes, any decent leader.
Including Peter Clement?
Peter was my best friend.
Is it true you never told Prime Minister Clement about your plans for liberation? In the weeks that followed,
what a twist!
With him repeatedly and passionately, didn't you?
Spoken to staff and teammates.
Truth is coming out.
Private conversations. Yes, we disagreed frequently and loudly. That was how we
It's
were.
all unraveling at the end.
Until you did.
Yes, until we realised that we no longer shared the same values.
Values like compassion, Prime Minister.
Dare you? Everything I've done, everything is out of compassion. But sometimes love needs to be tough.
We're not going to censor anything
He
here.
never understood that. That's why I caught in my conscience. And now he's gone.
You need a moment, Prime Minister. Perhaps now might be a good time for us to show the viewers at home some footage that has found its way to you. It was filmed in early December, 5 years ago. Jenny, can we have this prepared on screen 4, please?
Yes, Jeremy. We'll need a couple of minutes.
Are you all right to continue, Prime Minister?
Peter was the heart of Advance. People loved him in a way that they've never loved me. They find me cold, emotionless. But I have to be strong. I'm a woman. I can't show tears. I can't show weakness. I can't show this. I would have thought that you would have understood that.
Are you sure we don't need a moment to compose yourself, Prime Minister? I'm sure we can cut away to something about Button.
This is cruel.
Button time.
Advance are guilty of many things, but we were never cruel.
Well, I think that's up for debate.
Please, just I need a minute. Just point that camera away from me.
I have a question, Prime Minister.
Fine, just ask your question.
Why are there no tears on your face?
Oh, well played, Miss Wolfe. Well played.
Dude, called out.
They're here for Mr. Donaldson and to escort me safely out of the building. I very much imagine this will be the last broadcast any of you ever make.
Jeremy, we have to get you out of here now.
Except there's a small army directly outside the door, and I believe there's only one way in or out. due to a peculiarity in the design of these old buildings?
He's played us.
I can't go back to Betterment.
And yet to Betterment you will surely go.
Don't you worry, Jeremy, we won't let them take you.
Oh, perhaps you'd like to join him. After all, aiding and abetting an escaped convict is, of course, a crime in itself.
Leave them out of it. This was my idea.
We're in!
I surrender! There's no need for violence! I acted alone! There's no need to rest!
Tango received, ma'am!
I was not expecting this twist.
No serious damage.
The footage! Alex! You have to play the footage! Don't let it all be
Do I
in
have
vain!
the footage?
If you play that footage, Alex, which I have no doubt is illegally obtained, you will be joining Mr. Donaldson in Betterment. Do you have a family, Alex? Perhaps you'd like to think how well they'd cope without you. Take him away.
The footage! Alex! You have to play the footage!
I want you to cut Alex Winston off. I don't care how you do it. Just
I want to play it.
Sorry, Prime Minister, the tannoy seems to be
I'm playing it.
You pussy the bitch! That's not fucking good enough!
Peter, you have to understand.
No, you have to understand! 14 million deaths on our hands! It's unthinkable!
And this is exactly why I didn't tell you!
Because you knew I tried fucking stopping you!
You are a bloody liability, Peter. Can't you see that? Drunk or sober, you cannot be trusted.
I'm the fucking co-Prime Minister, Julia, and I'm supposed to be your friend!
Well, maybe you see I had your best interests at heart. This isn't on you, you lucky bastard. You get to sleep at night.
I haven't slept for weeks.
And what would you have done if I had told you what we were planning?
I'd have stopped you. I'd have gone on the fucking news and I'd have exposed you if I had to. But I would have stopped you, and you can be fucking sure of that.
And the whole country would have fucking starved. Well, you agonised over your morals. And we'd all be gone, all our good work, all wiped out.
Good work? Good fucking work? It's been 3 weeks and they're still putting out the fucking fires.
Let's talk about this tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow, I am going to be on every news channel in the world telling people what a fucking monster you are.
No, you won't. Tomorrow, you will come back here and you will do your fucking job, just like I have to.
Well, we'll see, won't we? Jesus, Horatio, face fucker Christ. I don't even know who you are anymore.
Get me Adrian at the services. Hello, Adrian. Sorry to bother you so late at night. That thing we discussed, I'm afraid we're going to have to put it into action. Yes, I'm sure. You were right. He is a liability. Thank you. Adrian, make it quick. I don't want him to suffer. Let me know when it's done. No paperwork, nothing. No one must ever know. Thank you. You have a good night too.
Sorry, the mic came out again. Just resetting. Got so excited, didn't even realize. Put it out. Forgot I had the buttons.
Do you have any comments for the viewers at home, Prime Minister? I'm sure they have a lot of questions.
It's not what it seems to be.
Isn't it?
Because it seems to show you ordering the cold-blooded murder of Peter Clement.
Perhaps you need a bit of betterment to yourself.
Oh, don't you judge me! Now, after that stunt you pulled here tonight, you work for me, remember?
No. Not anymore. I quit. There's about 2 minutes left. You'll need this. You can take me away now. I'm done.
Do you have anything to say, Prime Minister?
You're done. All of you. This programme is cancelled. It's effective immediately. You're all fired. No. Arrest them all.
I'm not the criminal here. You all saw that footage. You know who should be arrested here.
I am the Prime Minister, and I will do what I take to
law, Julia. No one is.
Do your bloody job!
So much stuff for them.
There'll be
We're definitely getting arrested too.
Just you wait. The people will demand it. Won't you? New government, new start, new journalists. Maybe they'll be better than we were. Maybe it will all be better next time. You can take me away now. 50 seconds, Prime Minister. Can't leave any dead air. That's a crime too.
45 seconds. What can be said in 45 seconds in a soundbite, a headline? How do you convey the shades of grey when there's only enough airtime for crass blacks and whites? And even if I could, would you watch? Or would you change channel? Look for something more exciting, less boring than the news? And if that really is what you do, is this really all my fault? Or could this, in some profound, incredibly complex way, also be yours?
You are crazy.
My name is Julia Salisbury, and I will make tomorrow better.
Well, that was definitely a finale. Of course, we have an advance ad playing. Is that supposed to happen? Yeah, that was a lot to take in. Lawrence Blunderclatch remains beloved in the nation and hated in the industry. Okay, that's the end. Jesus is taking some time away from the spotlight on a musical journey of self-discovery at his parents' house. Chelsea's career has moved from strength to strength. She has recently released a line of scented candles and a sex tape. Church of Floyd is the dominant religion, 22% of all the world. Seems inevitable and acceptable to all. Scientists teleported capital. There are thousands of people underground. Bodies
Your smile could stop the sun from shining.
Guess we don't know if we got arrested or not. That was a crazy experience. I am so curious how much our choices change what we see. Yeah, that was really good. Just such a good idea, executed so well. Like, the amount of writing and just work that goes into getting that much filmed content.
One day when you were hunting,
mind-blowing to me.
I crept in your office door.
They did a great job. I feel like all the actors were great. like for how much content had to be done, and I'm sure on a not insanely large budget, they did a great job. I never really got pulled out of the game at all.
Steps 1, 2, 3, and 4.
We probably only saw a quarter of the recorded video that's actually out there. I'm gonna have to go back and see what happens if we don't play the tape. That was the original intention, was to pretty much go full pro. Yeah, full advance, but couldn't do it at the last moment. It's too hard. The truth had to come out. It's really smart of them to make you make that decision that quickly. Like, you could pause it if you really wanted to, but even if you like were playing it like I was, where you're just gonna like follow orders and kind of do your job without applying critical thinking to see what happened. They kind of make you make some tough decisions, which was a pleasant surprise.
I hate your manifesto, your statistics and your
pleasure core.
I hate your stupid power stance, your TV.
Our stocks went through the roof.
Your horrors out of
I'm surprised there's not something about what happens to us or our family. Maybe after the credits. Crazy deals, crazy deals. They did not fare well. We tried to play their ads. Kept getting forced to play government propaganda instead. Next time we're definitely buying crazy nail stocks. Taking it to the moon. Large cast. I don't know much about the studio that made it. A sizable amount of people.
You'll see me in the heat of your election.
Sad we didn't get more than notice board. I was hoping that would be a regular thing. They threw a lot at us. I feel like we're must almost be at the end if we're at music. Play out. I'm so hungry. Did not plan. This might be my longest stream ever, actually. Continuous stream at least. And just music cuts. Alright. Because I've probably done 6 hours before, but I feel like I used to take a lunch break. But yeah, I need that dinner. What am I gonna make? I was gonna go to the store to pick up stuff, but I might just do carry out at this point. We'll see.
Good evening, I'm Patrick Bannon, and this is your Daily News Bulletin. Our top stories tonight. Former Prime Minister Julia Salisbury took to the witness stand on the first day of her high-profile trial. The disgraced politician faces charges of conspiracy to commit murder, human rights violations, and war crimes in relation to the events of so-called Liberation Night. If found guilty, she faces life imprisonment. Meanwhile, as the first election in nearly 8 years are just weeks away, Advance announced their new leader will be respected economist Katie Brightman. As Brightman pulled ahead in the polls today, the New Look Advance Party vowed to restore territorial independence and to embody sensible, sensitive leadership and accountability. And later tonight, I'll be asking a hat maker what's his favourite hat and why.
Woo! Epilogue room. I've unlocked and reached a new leaf. Found one of 14 epilogues. I'm sorry, what? I expected there to be like 3, 5. Telling me there's 14 different endings. What? That's insane. We're gonna go through and get all 14. Like I said, we do definitely want to do a more pro. I forget the faction name. Not advance. The other one. Do more pro resistance one where we don't just blindly do what we're told. I don't know if it's interesting and if there's actually still new content out there. I am curious. Maybe we'll see how many we can get. But like I said at the beginning of the playthrough, I stayed blind. I did not spoil myself, so I did not realize that there was so many endings, so much content. So fascinating.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines.
Alright, I guess that is the game.
Starting!
I guess we don't know if we got arrested. I guess if Julia got arrested, maybe everything worked out alright for us. So there are these challenges, which I don't think I'm that interested in. I'm really curious what the rewards are. If they're just like cosmetic achievements or if there's actually something there. Maybe I might do a little research. I don't want to spoil myself too much on the other endings, but see if there is anything in the game worth doing. Yeah, I might at some point rewatch some of the rushes to get the broadcasts we couldn't. Man. B, C, D, C, A, 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 C, C, B. Ended with a B. I'll take it. We hit a really good rhythm in the middle. But it was hard to focus that long. I was gonna look at. Oh, I think it's.
What a wild ride!
What is the telethon? Is this like a whole separate thing? Is this more like a gameplay? I don't know if it explained to me what the telethon was. I know I unlocked it a while ago, but I was not paying that much attention. I thought there'd be some explanation before it just started. I think it's just gonna start. Alright, we're not gonna go through this whole thing. Maybe there's an explanation at the beginning, so listen to a couple seconds. Day 56. Fascinating.
Alex Winston, it's Bozeman here, your boss. It's come to my attention that you've replaced Dave in the control room, and your performance so far has been mostly adequate. However, I'll need to observe myself to check you're up to snuff, and to that end you'll now be mixing an old recorded broadcast to to ensure you can do the job to my satisfaction. Don't worry, other than the odd tear and jump in the footage due to age, it shouldn't require you to deal with anything new. Though do keep an eye on the sensor. They had stricter sensibilities in those days. And of course, don't forget to load the adverts. Bozeman out.
Okay, so this is like a, I don't know, maybe just practice if you want to get familiar with the mechanics. Not totally sure. We are not going to do that now. Alright, so that was not for broadcast. Again, I don't think that is the last you'll be seeing of it. There is definitely more to be explored there. And yeah, the full campaign is out. Took us about 8 to 9 hours to get through our playthrough. I don't know how much the different endings are variable in playtime, but it seems like a really solid game. It is on Steam if you're interested in picking it up and giving it a run yourself. It was very enjoyable. The gameplay was nice. They do have the story mode. Like, there were times where it was hard for me to like follow what was happening with the story. So there's definitely a lot that I missed and probably would make different choices. So if you really want the narrative, you can play story mode where you don't really have to worry about the interference and all that stuff. But yeah, they also have harder modes than what we were playing on. So definitely some interesting gameplay there, some creative mechanics, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. So, oh, my camera is frozen. That's great. Let's see if we can get it back up real quick. I don't know. Okay, there's 2 of them. Okay, that's fine. Close enough. But yeah, that was our playthrough. If you missed any of it, we'll have the YouTube video up by tomorrow, so go check that out. And yeah, until then, I do think that is going to wrap things up for tonight. Oh, jeez. Put it behind the first one. But yeah, it was great seeing you, Edlim. Glad you're back. I'm glad to be streaming again. And yeah, this was a really fun one. I just kind of feel like we've had a few streams, but this feels like kind of the first real exciting game that we've gotten to play. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening. We will be back on Tuesday. We'll be playing Lost Ark all next week. So if you're interested in that game at all, do tune in. I'm going to try to just, anytime I'm playing it, to stream it so you get the full campaign. So we'll have some pretty long streams, so plenty of content coming up if you are interested in that. Till then, let's see if there's anybody that could throw a quick raid to. But yeah, it was great seeing you. Hope you have a wonderful night. I am going to get food, and I will talk to you all later. So have a wonderful evening, everyone. Bye.